I forgot to unmute. Let's go! Alright, good morning, gamers and gardeners. Hello. Now that I am unmuted, we are pretty much ready to start. I'm getting... not the ducks! I'm getting chat where it needs to be. So, today we're gonna be watching... EV... I always want to call it Vtuber Nautilus, but... we're gonna be watching EV Nautilus VODs like previous expeditions. These did occur. These dives were live, but are not currently live. And I make that distinction because I know, because we actually do watch dives happening in real time. And I don't want people to think that's what's happening right now. So we're gonna look at two scuttled submersibles. I believe they're scuttled. I don't think they were lost in combat. I believe they were captured, studied, and then scuttled. So it will be important to be respectful, but I don't think we're basically diving a graveyard right now. I don't think that's what's happening. Come here, Kick Chat. What you doing? How to make you small. There you go. Alright. Yo, Cotton, hello, welcome! Because these are previously recorded dives, we can skip ahead if we want. These were long dives. I've only got like 5 hours with you guys today, so we're not gonna like watch all of it, like every single second. We can skip around as needed. But yeah, these are pretty cool. I guess would you call them, well, like, what would the word be? Wrecks? These are pretty cool. These are pretty cool. I previewed a little bit of it last night, and I'm excited. I'm excited. So I guess let's get started. Let's start the dive. Should I have background? I should have a little bit of background music. Just a little bit. For the live dives, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, depending on how much the scientists are talking and how much I'm talking. Oh. But today feels like a day for a little bit of background noise. A little bit of background music. Plus, I think I can get away with that without my frame rate dropping. Yeah, we seem okay. We seem okay for frame rate. Alright. Alright, so welcome, Cotton, over on YouTube. Hello. Spencer, Midnight, Chocolatito Disco, Imitation Orange, 4-Button Soul, Gore, Dominic Bites. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Let's, I guess let's hit play. I'm probably gonna skip forward a little. This is the descent.
Oh, that's cool. Like, you can see the shape of the...
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So this first one is the...
Fortunately, the ship turned, so I'm gonna have registration errors to fight with.
Oh, yeah.
Because the USBL has been fussy.
So what they're talking about right now is we're looking at the view from the unmanned ROV Hercules.
Deal with that?
And Hercules is tethered to the boat, so when the boat moves...
I just match the passes, align them, and average the position, offset, you know, between the two. Or pick one as a reference and just say, yeah.
Match the other
when the
one for
boat
this.
moves,
I mean,
Herc has to coordinate.
50 centimeters or something. But...
It does sound more like they're looking at mapping,
It'd be
though.
better if you had multi-detect.
Don't even...
I'm assuming that's an inside joke.
Perfect settings. And here comes Larry. Multi-detect.
I don't know. Chris, we're looking at the fact that you get a group of dense soundings and then less dense, dense and less dense in a very regular
Yeah,
pattern.
look at how we get. I think we're getting secondary echoes off the seafloor there. See how they're punching through?
Yeah, so they're talking about mapping on the
assuming that's,
seafloor.
like,
they're
really
they're trying to
reflective
locate
surface and
exactly
then
where it
bouncing back off of
is.
that or
Okay.
something.
I don't think this was
Yeah,
the.
right.
Yeah.
I don't think they like discovered
Yeah,
it.
there's
Like
the
people
conning
knew
tower
where it
up below
was.
that. And you can see like the plating is ripped off here. That's awesome.
That's it.
They're also looking at stuff we can't
Like
see
the
yet.
That is so cool.
From the
Jellyfish.
amount of right clicking
Look
you
at
do
the conning tower.
for us to be able to do this autonomously is, I'm a bit dubious.
And the detail is phenomenal.
So we're gonna skip
We
ahead.
got, you can leave that if you want. We have 20 meters left on a vessel move, and so we're gonna put
Yeah, it looks like
right
we'll
here,
come up on it really quick here.
and then I can use that to fly over and acquire the target.
Yes, we are under the sea. We are.
You can look at the pretty picture.
Unfortunately, I don't. The way Nautilus does is there's usually like three.
That should be good.
There's usually multiple video feeds.
Just gonna see if
So
I can
I'm
pick it up.
usually able to tab to another window to see how deep we are.
Nice,
Unfortunately,
nice
that is
here.
not the case here. Oh, Spencer, that's still really cool though. Congrats on late night cryptid activities. I'm sorry everything ran off before you could get a photo.
And you can come around and look. Which way do you gotta turn? If you turn starboard.
Yeah.
Starboard to 315. Or, yeah. As I come around.
Yeah.
So I have a sonar target, funny enough, 20 meters away.
20 meters. Let's
Yeah,
go.
we said 20 meters east of target. You gotta love Norbit.
Hold on, I gotta clean up my workspace a little as I settle in.
Hey, Jonathan.
Let me see the seafloor.
Yeah, no worries.
Hello, back row.
Put up my back.
Yay.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Jonathan is awake.
We're 20 meters away from the target, so if you want to get your camera set up.
Incredible. I need Dr. Pepper.
He's limbering up.
Dr. Pepper, he needs
15
the
meters
gamer juice. Let's go.
We're gonna come tail end first.
Doran, welcome. So,
We have a
good
question
news.
if Okeanos has been here before.
Okay, so Okeanos is a different. This is the Nautilus
Not
with
the
Hercules.
Okeanos, not that I know of.
Okeanos has not been here
I don't think so.
before.
Here's the first thing coming into sight.
There you go.
There it is.
Okay, I'm gonna have my hands full here while we
Okay,
first
all right,
get here, just to get a little lay of the
We'll keep the
neighborhood.
talk.
Ah! Yeah, fish.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, it's like
Looks
maybe-
like the fish is indicated which way the current's blowing, so that's favorable.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Because the ROV has to like navigate against the current if there's a current. Oh,
Oh, well, it's
that one with the
it's
fin
that
standing
big,
up.
yeah.
That's a
There we are,
chimera.
approaching
I'm
from
pretty
the
sure.
stern.
First view.
As you say, Larry the aft of the ship.
Nautilus crew roasting each other as usual. Nautilus crews have excellent synergy.
That lands it nicely positioned. It looks like the current is blowing from my right to my left, so the fish is lying to me. Just get a feel here for which way the current's blowing. That will help me determine any fishing gear, anything that's tangled up, which way that might be blowing in the breeze. I'll know where to look for it.
So when they're Hercules, as I mentioned, has an umbilical connecting it to the ship. So if that umbilical gets caught in anything, or if the ROV gets caught in any fishing line, that's a very real danger.
Prop and the that's the rudder.
So on the rare event where we get to see,
Dan, what's the distance right now, sir?
It looks like that's a little dive plane in the back too.
I'm about 3 meters from the
So a rudder and a dive plane.
Rudder would be vertical, dive plane, horizontal. It's a little at an angle, of course, now.
that's
Well, let's
probably
get,
3 meters.
Let's get 2 meters when you have a chance. I need to get focus.
so it's a baby sub. Do do
I'm just
do
gonna
do
float
do.
up and have
Yes.
a general look ahead of me here before I get close. Make sure there's no entanglement hazards.
But yeah, the risk of entanglement, it's a very real fear. It's something they have to be very aware of. So when they're talking about like watching the
Not in my
currents to
immediate
see
future.
where
Okay,
uh
we're gonna come down and we'll
it might be coming from.
get closer to the dive plane here. That should give you a good surface to focus on, yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
Dorn asks, is it alive? Is the Hercules ROV alive? Depends on how into animism you are. Sources say
photogrammetry or
yes.
cinematic, Jonathan?
Um,
Or both?
there's a lot of backscatter on the water. I'm almost, how close is Atalanta? Really far.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
So Atalanta
let's-
we know
is
the
the
neighborhood.
sister,
I mean,
like the
then we should
companion
probably
robot
just
to
do the photogrammetry
Hercules.
first, don't you think?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, we got to know the neighborhood, so we might as well.
Yeah.
Sound like a good plan for you?
Yeah, there's no way they're gonna let me fly around this.
Or
in
so I
the
probably
dark.
choked on a bottle.
Okay, so
Damn
let's,
sea
let me
trash,
just
no!
get a really solid focus at about this standoff distance.
That's just about 2 meters there from
That's
the
2 meters.
Roger.
So this is a
Yeah,
World
and,
War II submersible.
Dan, we got a request from the back here if it's feasible to get a zoom from Atalanta, if that's feasible.
This is an I-201 class submarine.
All
We
right.
can move,
Starboard is focused.
yeah, stand by. Why don't you move Atalanta 10 meters towards Herc?
Yeah, so you've got
Good try.
Hercules,
We'll
which
do
is
you
the
better,
one we're
Larry.
seeing,
We'll move Atalanta closer.
Okay, great, thank you.
which
That'll
is the
help me
one.
out too to give me an overview of the site so I don't get in trouble here.
Bridge at 10 meters at 300, please.
It should not have uranium, no. Hold on, I have the Wikipedia article open.
That'll give us, we should get some better lighting from Atalanta if it's closer and lower. And hopefully the current will be favorable. We can do so without artillery interface.
Closed cycle powered submarines? What does that
we have a
imply?
viewer asking, is
it
Taylor
is a-
seeing all of this biota? Wow.
Peroxide
I am,
propulsion
I'm
system.
note-taking it. I'm seeing a lot of anemones there on that, what is that, a rudder? That portion up there on
It
the
shouldn't
top, I'm
have
not sure what
uranium,
that is
as in
yet.
we're in for a
I think
big
the top
surprise.
is the dive plane in the bottom.
The dive plane.
Is that rudder?
Yep.
It's on
And-
its side.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of corals that we briefly got to see. There's one here in frame, but there were plenty more on top of the body of this sub. This is the most life I've seen on a wreck that so far.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is a lot of life.
it's pretty remarkable, huh?
So we have a viewer asking if we know how it was sunk. Was it torpedoes?
Yes, one torpedo from the USS Queenfish, and this
Queenfish.
was, it was as a target.
Okay, yeah,
Not sunk
yeah.
in battle.
So Scuttled. Sounds like we might have our shore team tuning in as well.
Yeah, so
not
Scuttled,
sure if
so
you
this
can hear
is
us on SPL or
thankfully not a
or if you can
graveyard.
chime on in.
And Dan Hans mentions that 2009 images show some small lines lying across the canted
Cooks,
sail
hello.
and periscope area.
Sorry, it shows what?
Some lines, some fishing lines
Roger.
lying across the sail, and so we just have to be particularly careful when we get to that area.
Thanks, Hans.
Scuttlefish.
When do I get my t-shirt? The dead man's watch lives on. The last thing to die is hope.
Oh no!
Okay, and can we zoom beyond that with Atalanta?
Just waiting for the vessel move here.
Okay.
Yeah, the move is complete, but
Port
Atalanta still hasn't really
start.
Sorry, I lost my tilt.
given it
Okay, I'm gonna pause it briefly because it's driving me nuts. I wanna explain, but I don't wanna talk over the scientists. So there's the ROV Hercules, whose video we're currently watching, and then there's the Atalanta, who, if this were live, we would be able to toggle and see her feed. But Atalanta is a smaller ROV that watches Hercules, and I think also has different cameras. I believe at some point they'll use Atalanta to 3D scan this. You can download a model of this off of Sketchfab. They're bots watching bots. They're friends. And then both of these are tethered to the ship, which is the Nautilus. You can download and 3D print things off Nautilus's official Sketchfab site. It's pretty cool. I found it by mistake a couple days ago while trying to make art of the ROV Hercules. Okay, but I'll stop talking. We can watch the video.
You can come down 5 meters probably.
Me?
Yep.
And go swimming and it cooks. I wasn't gonna say anything, but when they are scanning it for 3D, Sketchfab apparently has a feature where you can turn on
Someone's
AR
commenting,
mode.
Knowing how slowly corals grow, the size of those primnoids on top are a shock for only 77 years since the time it was scuttled.
Coral grows really slow. You can turn
That's a
on
good
AR mode
observation.
and just spawn the submersible in your living
With,
room, which is
the iron
great
substrate
and horrifying.
helps them grow extra fast. How's that for a geophysicist?
Sounds like it could be a thesis.
And the current direction is the current direction been probably very consistent over that entire 77-year period?
No, I would think so. I think
I look forward to hearing from some of our onshore experts on how this wreck compares to others they've seen in terms of its condition, the sea life, and we'll have plenty of opportunities as we move down this sub for them to join us and comment.
I think one of the more interesting things will be to hear how it compared to how it looked in 2009.
Yes.
So 14 years ago.
Oh,
See
I'd
if
love to see that comparison, yeah.
they note any significant changes.
Looks like Atalanta's pretty much settled.
Roger. Is that you changing your heading there? Is it
It's just bopping around.
sometimes if you cycle your auto head?
Yeah, I guess they're dealing with a pretty strong current. You can see how the ROV's kind of shifting.
Yeah,
It
and all
sounds
you
like
can
they're-
give us with a zoom on Atalanta would be great.
It sounds like they're having difficulty getting Atalanta to settle
you
into
can zoom
position.
in while we're static here.
Uranium
But I'll
in
wanna zoom
my
back out when we
submarine?
start moving.
Sure.
More likely than you think. The water is trying to tip over the
Somebody's
drum.
commenting
No.
that they don't see a lot of corrosion for the duration in water. Could that be because of depth or other reasons?
So what we're seeing here definitely are some fragments of rust, this orange coloration here that we're seeing on the dive plane. But yeah, it's relatively, intact, not falling apart. But it is interesting to note that this dive plane seems to have a lot more concentration of rust than the lower portion that we're seeing here. But we'll continue
Okay,
to
so I
observe
wasn't sure
the condition of this vessel
if
as
that was
we explore
rust
around
or-
it, just to see if there is any more evidence of corrosion.
Is this turning into a coral reef?
So we have that, I assume that's small
suppose with
coral
time, yeah.
that's sitting on the rudder.
Yeah, you can see
Yeah,
the...
primnoid fans seem to be the most dense. There might be a little pink coral there at the base of the dive plane, but I can't really tell. But definitely some primnoid white fans here in the front and along the top portion of the body of the sub we saw earlier.
So we know that that's grown that large.
Yeah, because I think they don't grow that fast. So
Yeah, so that's
they've been here probably since
day one.
Yeah, for a while.
So what they're talking about is the white fans, the white kind of branching material.
Okay.
Ken Kenki, hello! It is nice to meet you as well. Welcome, welcome. We're watching a pre-recorded exploration. The video we're seeing is coming from an unmanned ROV named Hercules. And this is a I-201 World War II submarine. Unfortunately,
Alright, Dan.
You recording?
I am configured. Stand by on the recording.
unfortunately, I'm not.
Just checking to
So-
make sure some...
We can send that out now on the...
Go ahead, yep. So, Triclops PC is ready to go out.
So
Copy-
Triclops is
copy that video.
the name of a
Going out,
camera,
Jonathan.
a slang name for a
Roger.
camera they're using.
Okay, can we go wide on Atlanta now, please?
Yep, absolutely.
Cook says double parked and abandoned their
We'll try
vehicle.
and back it a
Uncool.
little closer after I
Ellie.
get...
Gotta go.
Yeah, I think any opportunity you have to get close would be good, but certainly nothing to compromise safe flying.
And I will say, just to start, if we can keep Zeus fairly wide for most of this. I don't mind like medium zooms,
Wait, is this
but
not
unless Dan or the watch lead requests, just to start to make
how
sure.
How about, just to make it easy for everyone, how about we do a pass up the side here and just do a photogrammetry pass. Let me get the lay of the neighborhood, make sure there's no lines.
Raj.
And then we can come back along it and, you know, look closer at things.
So the person with the deeper voice right
And
now
we'll
is
be
the
a lot more
ROV
comfortable
pilot.
then if we know there's
Yep.
no entanglement hazards
So-
or any traps or any debris or anything like that.
Roger. So Taylor and I am starting the
Then you'll
photograph.
have your photogrammetry, and by then hopefully K2 will have his map, and we'll be cooking with gas.
Roger. So Taylor and I'm starting photogrammetry right now. All cards formatted. Cinema and port.
He sounds kind of
Roger.
handsome. It's a good voice. It's a good voice.
Yeah, it's probably going to be that, but you'll get an idea after I start moving there from my track line.
And Dan, for
The
your reference, I'm
orange
using
gives the
bottom left is the port camera.
Please do not the ROV pilots.
That's our primary photogrammetry camera, okay?
The zoomed in one.
Yeah, bottom left zoomed in.
Roger that. Okay, thank you.
So they're also talking about views we unfortunately can't see right now. They have multiple video
I'm gonna make one
outputs.
adjustment, but you don't
on the
have to,
ship. There we go. So we are gonna start.
Also, Shore, if you are here, just let us know. We haven't been able to hear you yet. If you're tuning in from V-Link from Shore.
This was broadcast live. Unfortunately, it is not like.
Following. I know Hans had a thought.
It is
Yeah, we're excited that
it is not currently live.
the 201 is back in view, and you know, we're correlating all of our data from 2001 to what we're seeing now. So yeah, we're here. Thanks.
Great.
Oh, that is a lot of coral. I see what they mean. I think they could see that, whereas we couldn't. But all of that coral grows so
Wow, that's a lot of
slowly.
coral.
Yeah. That is a ton of coral for only 70 years. That's genuinely remarkable.
It looks like you can,
Scotty, hello.
here, let me line up just a little bit.
Dorn says, Cook says ROV, more like RO.
Look at all the corals that colonized up top.
Let's say 3, 4, 5.
Is there anything unique about the design of that screw, the propeller, that would limit or reduce noise?
What I read
Copy, thanks.
did not mention anything unique about the propeller design,
Ah,
and the documents were
You,
explicit
put that
about
one
highlighting the
on
things
the,
that were
porch
they
for
thought
me.
important and unique, and that wasn't mentioned, but that doesn't mean it.
There you go.
I know that's an important part of submarine design today.
Look at this rend in the hull.
So this was like a cutting edge
Yeah.
submarine
Yeah.
at the time.
Separation.
One of the
separation
fastest.
of,
Oh,
plate.
Cookie, hello, but oh, I ate it.
One of
Oops.
the things they did notice in some of the submarines that the Japanese had a very special technique of riveting that they thought was interesting.
Yeah, the rivets are not immediately apparent. Looks like mostly sea growth.
Looks like some red colored paint too on that second dock.
Yes, that paint or rust.
Oops. Sorry, guys. Sketchfab automatically open there.
Trust.
1 second. If anyone watches on satellite feed 3, Sketchfab link for is now available.
It's not distracting.
Yeah.
Sorry. There you go.
We have a viewer asking how big was the sub's crew before their surrender?
Oops, Sketchfab open
That's
computer
a good question.
crash.
And I don't remember. I'm sure I read it somewhere, but let's see if I can find something quick.
Can you make that stereo camera a little bigger for me, Jonathan?
Yes, I can.
Oh, there's a shrimp.
It'll
There's
let
up by
me know if
the
there's any,
the white
hazards
coral
coming up,
fan.
which is quite handy.
Shrimp.
Be able to look out the corner of your eye.
I think I see a, not sure if
The
it's
one
a,
on the, yeah, either one.
Both?
Either one, matey.
Alright.
is that
So
a
they're trying to
lobster
do
or a
multiple
shrimp
things
right
right now.
past that primnoid?
Yep,
Primnoid is the
Perfect,
coral
thank
Looks
type.
like it. Do you know which one it is?
I
Lobster
think it's a
shrimp?
shrimp.
I'm pretty sure it's a
Uh,
shrimp.
I'm also trying to ID this yellow coral. It looks like a fine like a chrysogorgia, but I'm
Oh, yummy, what?
not familiar
Hello.
with that.
Oh my gosh,
Uh,
it's coming. Big anemone
Got a
coming
fly
into
trap
view.
anemone. It's a different kind than this sorts of anemones we were seeing
Look
lining
at
the
that.
sides. Earlier I also did see a corallid, a pink fan coral, a precious coral.
Oh, that's a good
somebody's
point,
asking,
Scotty.
do
Where are
ships
the
rust
spotted
less
well
in
lobsters?
deep water and more in shallow oceans? And I think it's Rise Grandma.
Can do another 2-0.
And I think the answer would be probably yes. It really depends, I think, on the oxygen level
Maybe
in the water.
3-2-0
Yeah,
this
so
time.
when we did see the wrecks of the Kaga and Akagi and the USS Yorktown, there were large rusticles kind of dripping off of them like icicles. Um, more so rusting deeper. Yeah, there was quite a bit of rusting. I'm not sure if I can compare yet as say less or more, but definitely evidence of
Copy, thank you.
Dan,
a
I
lot of
actually
rusting.
think this might be a...
Pausing briefly. Scotty on Twitch says, "Hiya, I didn't submit my shirt idea for the live dive t-shirt and I might regret the choice for the rest of my life." Good news. I went and found the more detailed rules. You can only use 8 colors, so photographs would not have been accepted. It would have been funny. You should still tweet it at them. But also don't feel bad because I also did not submit my t-shirt because I didn't finish it in time because I wanted the ROV to be on the shirt and it's really, really hard to simplify a drawing of an ROV. But I might finish it and use it in my own little promotional materials when they start going live again this year. This will be their 15th year. Do an ocean exploration. But yeah. So, they're talking about how on previous, ship dives, give a box claws ROV, basically. It's just got the little pinchers. Oh. But yeah, they're talking about how on previous, diving previous wrecks, there's a lot of rust, and they're not really seeing that here so much.
little too close. Let's try to keep the...
Backing off just a little bit, matey, sorry.
No worries, just I want to make sure that we have just enough of the sand to bed the model.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right one, and that's... I lost track of the left one, sorry.
You know what, maybe the left one might not...
I'll come back a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, perfect.
ROV teams are usually
So the crew
2
for this
or 3
submarine,
people. It
was
sounds like they've
7
got one
officers and
person.
45
You can make the
enlisted
left one a little bigger too,
persons.
Jonathan. I'm not really using the
Yeah.
down-looking
Stand
cam
by.
a lot.
Swamp
I'll come back a
lobster.
little bit and we'll...
Oh gosh, that coral's beautiful. It's super eerie though.
Yeah,
This,
that's better, thank you.
Yeah?
These ghostly pale
sorry,
plants
folks,
on
the
this
photogrammetry pass here, so I'm
sunken
not
vessel.
really looking at the main zoo screen. And well, I am, but I'm
I mean, do you mind me just
Also-
full screen that one?
also looking at...
Yeah,
no, I'm
Silent
good
Hill
there.
plants.
Okay.
I'm also looking at these little screens here on my right or my left.
Some viewers are pointing out that it could also, the rusting could also depend upon the surface coatings as well.
That's true. That's true. And I certainly read that the Japanese did have non-fouling coverage, paint covers. This one did not have the radar and sonar special coating to absorb radar and sonar, but most others did.
Roboman, hello.
And the reason this one didn't.
So,
The reason this one didn't have the radar and sonar absorbing coatings was because they actually were rough, and this submarine was specializing in high speed submerged. I think I mentioned earlier that it had a design speed submerged of 19 knots, which is quite remarkable in those days, 2 to 3 times faster than the U.S. submarines were capable of at the time.
Yeah.
And so they did everything they could to keep the...
Come down a few meters there now.
The resistance, hydrodynamic resistance low.
Yeah, this was meant to be a fast boy.
And for those of you joining us here recently, Larry pointed out the Japanese had shifted their war production and naval production primarily into submarines, Larry, as we got towards the end of the war, which is a really interesting point.
I sent more like high cat.
Look up just a little for me.
Yeah, look up and over a bit.
The United States had such
good.
dominance
Perfect.
in
Nice.
the air.
Perfect Atlanta view. So I'll try and keep it in the bottom right corner
A
there.
zoomy boomy boy. Yes, Scotty, yes.
Well, I was just looking at some of the pictures from the 2009 dives, and I'm wondering if you can identify individual corals that were seen in 2009 with ones that you've seen now, and actually see how much they've grown. Wouldn't that be
really
cool? Oh, that would be very cool. That would be, to get a rate of growth, that would be huge.
So go back and compare these corals with one another.
Yeah, you can change it now to do the Atlanta parallel now. Yeah, that's a really nice offset, so if you can hold that offset, Johan, that would be just brilliant. So we have a nice overview from Atlanta. Stop tilting.
You know, I think the comment on
when your coworker yells at you for getting tilted, but you're not a gamer, you're an ROV pilot.
At this kind of regular intervals, and I think even the dives that we've seen so far today just spell the need for continuing to visit these places if we can in a convenient way.
And if I could ask our outside experts to identify themselves when they speak, so we know who's joining in.
Yeah.
So that might be rust there, that kind of dusty.
On the conning tower.
I thought it was biotic at first, but I think it's rust.
Come up just a little bit, give us a shot of the conning tower there.
Yeah, we can see on you can see on feed 2 the rising sun.
You want to see the top of it?
Yeah, that's good right
there. Oh, fishing line, danger.
On the conning tower.
You certainly can, Larry. It's visible in the upper left, and
there's that line that.
And the identification, the I-201.
Absolutely.
And so this was the first of a class of these very high speed while submerged submarines that the Japanese were building.
Oh.
There was a box falling out. Look at that.
Okay, here's a little peek inside.
Oh gosh.
I suspect that that's not the torpedo head. I suspect the torpedo head is what split the bow.
Yeah,
from,
perhaps a buckling.
Yeah.
Just imagine the forces that are required to do that. Creeping a little close, Captain.
Sorry.
People at home will see what Larry's talking about
seemed
on
to have froze
satellite
up
feed
there,
2.
Jonathan.
Right, my signal froze up.
You want me to hold here for a minute?
Yes, please. Why'd my signal?
You want to hold position?
Just go ready and
cameras
calibrate. Let me pause again real quick. So calibrate. Everybody sit up straight and stretch and stretch and reach for the sky and dab. It's a bit. Cook says not a torpedo. A fish bit into that. Huge fish. Serious answer though. Scotty asked, do we know what sunk this sub? This sub was, captured? And then, like another one we'll be looking at, it was captured, it was studied, and then it was scuttled. So this sub was sunk by a single torpedo hit. But I believe they may have done things to make sure that single torpedo hit would work. Scuttled, sunk on purpose. But yeah, it was used as target practice basically after it had been studied. But no one was on board. This is not a graveyard. It was just sunk on purpose. So that's what did it. That's why it's at the bottom of the ocean now.
Bridge, nav, hold position.
Stand by.
Thank you.
They're still recording though, eh?
It's still recording.
Roger.
Jonathan never stops recording.
Always record.
Just goes to a black screen.
Yeah, I know. There's something wrong with
Oh,
the
Brick!
Triclops.
Yes, I was hoping you would show up. I don't know if you'll be able to stay. We're looking at the
Hopefully just to
201
the
right
screen.
now.
Oh, the camera's recording.
We will watch the 401 dive.
I'm just gonna keep moving just a little because
In a little bit.
Yeah, if you keep backed off about that much, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, Roger. We gotta.
Brick Muppet
nice
in
shot
Twitch
here.
chat is saying the 401 was a
Beautiful shot.
submersible aircraft carrier, which is insane.
I assume those continuous holes we see along the upper part of the deck, that's, I assume, where the water is taken in when you dive. I don't know. Well, maybe not. No, maybe that wouldn't be. It wouldn't make much sense with it because it's kind of high and above the water. I don't know.
What the hell?
Who knows?
And just a heads up to everyone, van cam is back on.
Scientists
What's
had to swear.
Van cam is back on while Jonathan's troubleshooting.
Roger.
What's this problem?
Thought you were giving me grief for smacking gum, which.
Right, language.
If I do that, please yell at me.
Language, Jonathan.
I did read that this submarine was able to dive in 50 seconds.
Wow.
Can imagine how many drills they must have gone through to.
Dan, just keep shooting blind as you're going past.
Yeah, I'm
and then,
just.
I'll be back.
Atlanta's continuing to move, so it's actually going to probably settle out nicely because we're coming to the end here.
Okay.
Yeah, Hans has chimed in to say those are called flooding holes. Those
Great.
are vents. Yeah.
Those vents along the bottom, Larry?
No, I
Let's
think
do
I think
another-
they're the upper ones.
Do another
top.
10.
I
I
don't
can't
think
get
the
over
ones
this
along the bottom
coral.
are
I
supposed
can't
to
get
be
over this
exposed.
ghostly
Bridge,
coral.
Bridge, nav, 10.
What is that structure for, I wonder?
345, please.
If one of our experts on
Bring your head to the right just a bit for me.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
see the holes
fine
on
adjustment
the top
now.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep Hercules in the shot there. I'm probably floating up a bit. I'm watching you, not when I'm.
Is that good?
Ghost coral? Think it's any. Do
you're
not
good
eat
there.
coral.
I floated up a bit.
Very sharp. It's not actually called ghost coral though. It just
Yeah,
looks
perfect.
very ghostly. I
came up
believe
too high.
they were
I'm
calling it a
gonna come back to the left
primnoid.
just a little in case I missed the bottom there.
Yeah, so you
I'm gonna look
see,
down
John,
at
that
all,
looked
or-
like that was covered.
Yeah, it's
That's
like bent
just,
back.
No, I'm just gonna make sure I got the shot here because I don't have the reference at the moment. I did float up there, so
Yeah, so that's what you mean, Larry.
I'll come back to the right here. Just make sure we're getting coverage for the photogrammetry.
Oh, pardon.
So here we're all
Searing
sitting
so
here
low.
enthralled by the submarine, and Taylor Ann is still busy looking up fish, which is really good.
Syrinx says the ocean is both insanely fascinating and insanely terrifying. Yes, big agree. Oh. Right.
Okay, we have the option of moving back down that and playing around, or
Yeah, Jonathan has left, so
walking around
I don't know what he wants to do. I certainly wouldn't mind taking a peek inside the. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
take a
yeah,
peek
yeah.
looking inside of it there, around the corner.
yeah.
Yeah, we could probably continue around and look at that cross section.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's do another 10 with Atalanta there. Put Atalanta where her
Yeah,
is
but
right
first
now.
let's look. Yeah.
The history aspect has me like, yeah. So this was, I believe, like a fairly cutting edge sub at the time.
That's the keel section. The part of it, the plating has been torn back.
Right, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Bridge nav 10 meters due north, please.
So
Copy,
we'll slowly come around and take a look inside, and I think what you're really we'll get a.
See, this makes me a little
A
bit
sense
uneasy.
for-
It's a little scary.
So Jonathan, in your absence, we're just taking a look on the inside here. You can take over in a few minutes.
I like looks.
As soon as he loads a Steam video game, no wonder your computer's slow.
Well, I mean, we're playing those wicked games of Call of Duty at night.
Just
Somebody's
roasting
asking, is
Jonathan.
this deeper than the sub could dive?
The sub had the sub had a maximum dive depth of 110 meters, so 350 feet or so, and we're about we're at 1,700 meters now on that order. I
Okay,
think.
so 1,700 to 1,700 meters.
I never
That's
did see
quite
that
deep.
piece of debris. Maybe that's it underneath us to our left that we mapped.
I think that piece of debris was more at the forward end.
Squatter
we're all the way
says, how
forward
goes the
there.
exploration?
Yeah,
Any neat
that's
I
discoveries?
just kind of flew under it, and it,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
it is
Yeah.
showing to the left on the map there that Chris is kindly.
Yeah, we're just behind the bow section.
Yeah, that's right.
And can any of our either onshore experts or anyone here tell what are we looking at when we look inside the hull? What part of the ship is that? Looks like an entryway, perhaps, so like a hallway from one
We know it's
hatch. It's open.
19. I know it's 19 meters. Yeah. Well, she's got the drawing right there.
This is pre-recorded.
But
Oh.
the hull of the ship's 19 meters
Yeah,
across.
Let's
So
get
nothing
a little
super
funky.
new. But still very cool.
Oh, excuse me, 19 feet, not 19 meters.
19 feet.
19
5.8
feet.
meters. And you think about the fact that there were 52 people kind of,
Wedged.
Come on.
yeah.
Yep. So I say where I'm
They-
going.
they had
that
plenty of
is
length
the trap
for-
zone.
for an
Terrence
answer
channel,
running around,
hello.
but not
Hello,
much width.
Terrence. Welcome.
Right.
Left
Down,
some more.
the Japanese Navy was worried about creature comforts. But be interested
See
to
the
know what
crab.
So we're right in front of the conning
With
tower.
its,
Is it not coming left?
Yeah, so
way?
what compartment is that right in
Just
front of
swings
the
Yeah.
back all the
conning
way.
tower?
That's what I was wondering, Larry. What compartment is that?
Stores.
I'm gonna look up.
In front.
If
Oh,
any
in
of our-
front.
No, just to your left some more.
Accommodations.
It doesn't say battery?
There you go.
Oh yes, number one battery.
Yeah, so looking at the drawing of the submarine, this should be in the battery compartment.
Okay.
Ah.
And which
Yeah,
would be
come
sort of
up
behind the
just a few
torpedo room,
meters.
I assume, in the front.
Yeah,
The bow?
it would be behind the torpedo room.
Crab.
And what's in between the batteries and the torpedo room?
There's
It
about
makes
2 meters.
sense. I got all those wires shredded and
Let me see if I can get a better image.
Okay, what do you want to do, Johnny? You want to go down the other side or back down the side we went on, or
Why don't you do your full hazard
go
circle?
all the way around? Okay.
We'll go all the way around and then we can get fancy afterwards.
Yeah, let's back,
Alright.
and also if we back away, see if we can see that piece of debris and what that was.
I did see the line as we went by. It was insignificant.
Okay, good.
Linda.
It was like a piece of twine.
So again, they're talking about
And it was,
lines. We don't
laying
want
down
the ROV to get caught up in lines.
Vessel. Yep, you're getting it. Maybe not quite so far. Maybe right here. How about, yeah, let's put it on top of her. It'll make your life easy.
So this,
It's gonna move a little more
in the bow
north as
section,
well.
that would be where the torpedo
You
section
could
would
just
be.
move it right to Hercules would be good.
Copy.
This submarine carried 10 torpedoes and had 4 torpedo
Bridge,
tubes,
bridge net, 15
all
at
in the forward section.
All in
No,
the
no
forward.
aft, no aft
250,
torpedoes.
please.
So they could not sink, fire any submarines
Copy,
from
thanks.
the stern. Interesting. How fast? I wonder how fast the torpedoes
Look to your left a
ran
little more.
once they fired one
Oh.
at that time. I know our torpedoes today are very fast.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think they were even fast back then too.
Yeah.
The Nautilus, this is still higher. Yeah.
So we're coming around, I think, to the top of the submarine.
None of the horizontal looking shaft compartments. I mean, the coordinates in this gone to maybe buoyancy tanks, but hard to say, right? There's just so many compartments that are all have their own pressure ratings and all are all a lot more.
We're just back row. We're moving Atalanta where Hercules is right now, so we can light it up down the side there and get in a position to run down the other side.
As we wait for Atalanta, can you give me an experimental lights off? Just for
Oh,
the...
Get
for a
ready
hot
for the
minute?
fear.
Are you still recording, Jonathan?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure.
It's so
I'm always
eerie.
recording.
It's so eerie.
I would hope so.
So that is just the
That
light
looks
from Atlanta.
absolutely beautiful. Okay, that's good. I'm not gonna concentrate on lighting right now, but I just wanted to give everyone a preview of how cool it could look.
What it's going to look like when Simon is flying around in the dark.
Oh.
And I'm watching from the no, not at all.
So I think Jonathan
I'm
might
ready
be
here. I'm here for you if you wanna start early.
on board specifically to capture
Viewer
3D
saying
scan,
that this
and
large
also-
rectangular space is for a retractable deck gun.
Okay, you can look to your left a
Oh.
little bit more for us.
Okay.
I'll start moseying down there.
Great. Okay.
But yeah, they're making a
You
3D
might
scan
have
for
to
their
do
sketch
another
fab.
vessel move and, do this with the pendulum and then come back. Otherwise, we'll be here all day.
Okay.
Okay, John, I just looked up the speed of the Japanese torpedoes, at least the type that they had on here, and they're about 45 to 47 knots. So very, very fast, although not as fast, of course, as today's torpedoes.
Certainly fast enough in those days to catch up with the American submarine. 47 knots. That's impressive.
Yeah,
And you
again,
can look right a little bit more.
I think at the time this sub was fairly cutting edge. One of the fastest at the time.
My brother Chris, who is listening, has sent me a terrific article on I-201, the sub that
Yep.
was the Japanese designed to be an underwater aircraft carrier,
Which we will look at later.
Panama Canal,
Yeah,
that I will share with you
Is
guys.
that wood
Yes, please.
planking?
Yeah.
that's not this one. That's what we'll
Right,
be
that's
going to see
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Yeah.
That's right, that's tomorrow. That sub is for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it was huge,
Yeah, 400 feet long.
extraordinary.
You good for me to start coming
Yep.
southward?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Catch me if you can.
Bridge now. 20 at 160, please.
So I believe that was Jonathan
Copy,
requesting
thank
a
you.
ship move because
Jonathan,
the
we ready to put Triclops back up?
Yes.
All right.
You can.
the
look up
ROVs
just a
are
little bit.
tethered
I'll
to
wait
the
right
ship.
here. Right, get a little closer. It's going to be a conning tower in our future here.
So now we're looking at the upper decking.
looks like a statue. It kind of does, doesn't it? It's hard to tell scale.
Let me,
What's that?
Copy. Thank
think
you.
the tether will get
And
hung
Chris,
onto
oh,
the-
Chris is not here, but this may explain why Chris had a much more
Yeah,
difficult time imaging this side of the sonar of the submarine than the other.
Right.
The smooth metal hull as opposed to this very patchy
Is it
acoustic target.
wood?
Was this part of the sub, the deck, wooden originally, and the wood has been eaten away?
I don't know, but certainly a number of the World War II submarines I've seen had wooden decks, actually teak decks on them.
Looks climbable. Where's the yellow paint? There's
You can
right
see
there.
big
That's the
valve
part where
there
you
very
climb.
much.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is
Sorry,
that the-
big stretch. Ah.
yeah,
come
there's
up-
that
come
looks
up
like the
just
one,
a
the
few
gun,
meters.
the gun that it had there.
Oh.
Oh,
Yep.
right.
Yep.
So that yellow paint.
Yeah, one of our outside experts, Phil Hartmeyer, is saying wood decking, and there's the Type 95 millimeter anti-aircraft gun, or Type 96 25 millimeter. And I think what I read is that they basically just left the Type 96 at 25 millimeter guns on board, again taking off the larger ones for extra submerged speed.
It's interesting that they wouldn't have taken those for.
So, Larry, the sub had this one gun on.
I think there were 2 of these small guns was the only deck gunning that it had, at least what I read. I'm intrigued by the 2 lines connected to the muzzle of the gun.
Right.
They somehow look like something put on after.
So, viewers saying that they did have a wood decking, a very narrow one, and it was made of Taiwanese cypress, not teak.
Yeah, no, I was saying some of the U.S. submarines I've seen, the World War II submarines, had teak deck on it, but Taiwanese cypress, interesting.
Taiwanese
Did they choose
cypress.
the teak wood, Larry, because it had a more resistance to marine organisms, or?
Yeah, I think in general teak, and I'm sure this Taiwanese cypress are very resistant to rot.
Yeah. I mean, it's still somewhat intact
Seems
after
like that
70
small pink
years, so.
coral there at the base of the tip of that gun is new compared to the images from 2009 from the Hurl dives.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you have an image up there of the gun?
Yeah.
Just like that? Oh.
Still see the same line.
Yeah, almost the same perspective.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's spectacular.
Wow.
There's the conning
Yeah.
tower.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay,
Wow.
and there, and here are the little
Spectacular.
lines that are caught on it. Yeah.
We should be able to see that rising sun flag.
I think it was on would be the top side here.
It was on the other side.
Yeah.
There's the line that's.
Yeah, a couple of lines there.
That's a beautiful shot. Really.
There's a need to tie stuff down so it wouldn't
yeah.
cause problems in Scuttled. Oh, possibly.
Thanks, Hans. The first line I saw wasn't the one.
Ah.
Is that a bamboo coral growing off or coming off the, almost going straight down from the conning tower?
I think that's a line
That
just
might
fouled.
be that might
yeah.
be a line. Yeah.
That's a line, okay.
Yeah. Probably some hydroids on there. Not sure what else in this distance.
Jonathan, on a lot of information off of this.
15 at 200, please.
You can look down just a little bit.
Wow.
Maybe come up just a
Confirm.
little.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
you see the periscope? Yeah, there's the periscope. Yeah.
Absolutely, there's the periscope.
This is so
It
cool.
had 2 periscopes, one Type 88 Mark III and one Type 88 Mark IV.
Is one higher magnification than the other?
Oh,
I
there's
don't know,
there's the line they were talking about.
One would, the thinner one, I guess, would obviously make a less of a signature on
Hold
the
off on the
surface.
ship move for a minute, please. Hold position.
Bridge nav, hold position, please.
Yeah, and there's some good tangles and
Yeah, there's a lot of life.
Squat
There's a
lobster.
lot of life on this. It's a little eerie. It's a little spooky. Just a little bit. It's
Yeah.
just a little bit spooky.
Okay. You're okay?
Oh, and there's the squat
Oh, yeah,
lobster.
everything's going.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Are those fishing lines?
Several people are commenting that the top surface of the periscope should have the Imperial Chrysanthemum crest.
Oh.
Yeah, we briefly saw it from the other angle on the other side.
Okay, and Hans, again, one of our shore-based experts has commented that there's always the question, that's always a question about what the decking is. He thought he read somewhere that there were plans to remove the wood decking, streamlining for speed, but that was a construction plan note, which is not always a reality. And he comments
yeah,
that...
and also based on my faulty memory.
Okay, you can kick him back in.
What's your source? It came to me in a dream.
What's that, Larry? He comments that...
No, he commented about how streamlined and modern-looking the hull shape is, which again, given the speeds it was able to attain, certainly was a lot of thought into that.
That wire is making me so nervous.
You might be able to sneak down a few meters, right?
Sure.
So I'm not really sure what is growing off of the line there. But a lot of the time you see stuff trying to get higher up into the water column to filter feed better, so I imagine that's what it's up to.
Viewers asking if those lines could have been used to fly their flags.
Oh. Imagine there was a real way to divine information and there's a whole field of dreamologists dedicated to changing bedrooms to facilitate
Or somebody else
transmission.
is saying it could have been a fisherman that believed he hooked a big one.
Oh gosh, yeah. I think I just made a concept
big
for a
one,
book.
alright.
Pavlov, do it, write it.
Sure.
Wire's actually an umbilical cord. Run. Oh no! Oh no! Thank you for the nightmares, Disco.
Oh, that was like an eel or something.
Yeah.
In the Atalanta camp.
Yeah, it is just covered in life. Look at that.
Somebody's commenting of how stable the view is in Atalanta. Looks like the sea conditions is extremely favorable to day 2.
Indeed,
It definitely is.
Don't see a lot of heaving in the tether. That tells you sea conditions.
So we're getting closer to the deck again?
Yep.
Bob, have you seen other Japanese subs or ships underwater, wrecks before?
Lots.
And if you, what stands out to you from this one?
Well, it's Guadalcanal. We found quite a number of Japanese destroyers and the battleship Kirishima. Very similar depth as well. So, and sunk about the same time. I mean, World War II. So, very characteristic.
Is this sub more streamlined than some of the others you've seen?
Well, this was a very lately produced submarine, yes.
Concerned about the
But I haven't seen another. And in Guadalcanal, there were no Japanese submarines. We're going to be going back there because there's still
Are you alright if I look down?
Yep.
in Iron Bottom
So
Sound.
you can have a quick peek at it.
Iron Bottom Sound.
I'll look over and down.
We're just going to move Atalanta to check on our tether here.
We have a viewer commenting, give the Atalanta camera operator an A+.
And the navigator.
Yeah, unfortunately we're only seeing video from Hercules.
Navigator and Atalanta pilot are...
Atalanta is the companion bot that's above Hercules.
Further ahead than I do.
That I think is taking a lot of really high quality video and 3D scans.
Yes, please.
If we were live, if this was live, I would be able to tab to that. Unfortunately, unfortunately it was not. So we just have the Herc view.
15 at 140, please. Copy, thank you.
That map makes it almost too easy. I was going to say too easy, but almost too easy. We have Chris's orbit map up here on the nav screen, so it's really helping us to helping you out to plan the ship moves to maintain that beautiful Atalanta offset.
We have a viewer asking, what's that punctured square?
Yeah, the little perforated. Pavlov said earlier this looks like something in a fancy restaurant they would run over a grater and be like
a
we submerged this to age for
Yeah, like a salty crack.
80 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is all the top decking, and these are hatches. And
Oh.
And so this is all separated from the pressure hull. The pressure hull is would keep, so this water floods through all this part.
So the wood here would have been designed with a grate type pattern in it with water to flow in and out.
Leo, hello!
Easily as the submarine submerged.
This is an I-201 Japanese submarine, scuttled
And Hunt
after World War II.
says, yeah, it's hatched to access the piping and machinery in the free flooding space below the decking. Yeah, so that space below the decking is exposed to the water all the time.
Viewers.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, it's very cool. This has been really neat.
This is wonderful imagery. I keep looking at the decking thinking, does that really look like wood planks that are deteriorating slowly to me, or is it, just metal grating decking and they did remove the wood? I still don't know.
Yeah, I get the impression it's probably metal grating, but I can't tell, and we're certainly not going to touch it. So
this is not the one that had the planes. We're going to watch that one in a little bit.
And as Phil comments, it certainly gives a good perspective on how small the inner pressure hull actually is, and that side view also. Again, I think about 52 people living inside that 19-foot wide space, and 19 feet is the outside diameter. I'm sure the inside diameter is much smaller than that.
Oh, yeah.
No air conditioning.
Yeah.
Very little creature comforts.
Question for the archaeologist. Do you ever come away with more answers than you get more questions? There always seems to be mysteries that that arise from seeing the images again.
Yeah,
Can we answer?
More study required, right?
Oh, Bobby Battleships 123, thank you for the follow.
The difference this time, we should be able to get some super Zeus zooms of after we're done with the photogrammetry.
These red markings are very interesting. I wonder.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, I can see them in the original 2009 imagery too.
Really? Can you read what it says?
Some of them are numbers, so right under the gun, there was a number 100.
Maybe come down.
So it must be. I wonder if it's a measurement of.
And that one says 210, I think.
No, but these red marks are. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there are also some mushroom corals growing in there too that you might be seeing. I've seen.
21B.
It's actually got a number written on it.
Yeah, if you get real close though, there are some small baby mushroom corals.
Yeah, it's some kind of measuring marks.
Yeah,
but definitely. I'm just amazed, so red, that's so well preserved like that.
Oh, first a Ritagorgia coral.
Yeah, so this
Yeah.
This ship was sunk roughly 70 years ago.
I'm gonna look up a bit.
Sure.
It is absolutely covered in coral. Coral grows really slowly. So there were...
Nautilus ponds. I wonder if those red marks are where they're marking the frames in their study of the construction. before they dispose
Oh,
of it.
right.
They're just marking frames on the outside.
That could very well, because again, you know, I don't think this submarine really left the shipyard.
Hey Dan, make sure you back off really gently to get the entire down plane here.
Roger.
Frame.
You would think corals don't like
So
oxidized
is
metal,
that
but
top
here we
portion
are.
there the port side, and the
Corals
bottom
like
is
anything
starboard? Is it laying on
solid.
its starboard side?
It's laying on its port side.
It's laying on its port side, thank you.
Yeah, that's the top that we're looking at now.
We've seen that a lot with other dives, where there will just be nothing on the forest, on the ocean ground, ocean floor, and then there will just be like one piece of rock, and it's just crusted with life. Life finds a way. It really does.
Oh, this is an interesting comment by Hans. He's asking if these might be retractable bollards. So a bollard is a device that you tie up when you have to tie up to the pier, where you put the line around.
Okay, that's good, thanks.
And again, for hydrodynamic purposes, maybe they retracted.
That's really interesting and good observation.
Yeah, there we go with the dive planes and the...
Yeah, the propellers.
And the prop from the other side now.
Before we leave this section of the sub, do you think it'd be possible to get a good clear shot of that battle for the Japanese rising sun flag and the...
No, I'm sure we'll try to get that image. Yeah.
It looks so clear.
So for those of you just tuning in, we are looking at Scuttled Japanese submarine I-201.
Yeah, you can do one more move. So back row, we need to know what we're going to do next, just so we can plan our ship moves.
Jonathan?
I think that we should start icing the cake with the Atalanta positioned as you would like. And Dan, can you look at me real quick? It'll be easier to visually show you.
Sure.
So essentially, if this is the stern of the ship, you know, basically we want to just kind of go like that, up and down. We have good side coverage now, so whatever's the most efficient in terms of ship moves.
You want to fly right over it, basically.
That's correct, and just kind of, you know, wiggle around as you're to provide full coverage, mostly
This is
looking at
science
that
term.
downward
We're
camera
gonna
now
wiggle.
on Triclops.
Roger.
Ocean will deconstruct anything given
Look at
enough
that one
time.
come
Yeah.
around the top.
I'm gonna swing my headache.
Nature
Yes,
will
please.
take it back.
So maybe just to pass right over it on this.
I don't know why, but it's shots
above
like
the
this
top.
that are like kind of spooky. It's kind of
Alright, you good?
spooky.
Roger.
Disco too. Disco will deconstruct anything given enough time.
Pretty comfortable now, so there was no significant hazards there except for the stuff we saw on the tower, which was all kind of hanging down. So we can go anywhere you want. You want to look to the left?
Yeah.
I think we're gonna fly up and
I love scary stuff. Write about it all the time. Yeah.
everyone wants a good shot of the tower, so, including yours truly.
Same.
The ocean stole
Yeah,
my
let's
blur.
put
I
Atlanta
intend to
right where
repeat
Hook
it.
is, and then
Will,
we'll have it
hello.
right behind us on the way along there. Give us the light.
Just
I'm so sorry. I gotta step away. One of the quail are doing sad cries, and I can't
Is this
tell.
view still good for you, or do you want me to cant it all the way to the most down for that?
I will be right back. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. The quail are fine, but I gotta check them because heckin' squirrel wars have been going on and it makes them really nervous. Will Sleepsnot says the ocean stole my board. I intend to replay it in kind. Yeah, when we were collabing Stranded Deep. Yeah, get the ocean. Will is Dutch, so his people have a rivalry with the ocean. Submarine will open its eye in one of its sides any moment now. Disco, stop! Go to jail. Okay.
The downward camera.
I'm fine with that view. You could make the left one a little smaller or make it opaque.
All right, stand by.
So here's the. It's
We're just gonna
the
slide the ship over a little more. Or,
the ghostly coral.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You could make the run to the north with this offset. That would also work. Might work better for our tether.
Pardon me.
Yeah, let it get just a little closer. Or how far did you move?
Yeah, the haunted coral. Spooky coral.
These Atalanta views are just spectacular.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hold position here and then move, do the north move on the whatever the run line is there.
How much rocket fuel would it take to launch the ocean into space?
That's a nice offset. The current, I think, is blowing that way. It'll keep the tether off us for.
So
you can just do 20 at a time if you want. That would be good, because in case we got to change.
Okay, that's good. And there go. That should be set up for you, Dan.
Roger. You can make the one opaque if you want. The one on the left.
Yeah, you want that?
Yeah.
Okay. Opaque.
Awesome. Okay, we're moving north.
Okay. And I haven't stopped any photogrammetry or anything.
You got
Still
the ship
good.
moving north, do you?
I'm also always amazed when you look at the propeller. That it's not very large, that propeller, and the two of them, but yet it can still.
Yeah. So Dan, just
like
we just want to move in that slaloming kind of motion, okay?
Slaloming, roger.
Yep.
Will says, why waste rocket fuel when you can just use our nuclear payload to evaporate the ocean? Just nuke the ocean.
That way.
Take that, ocean. That's what you get for having
right.
scary things.
What happens when you drop down a little bit?
Me?
Right? Yeah.
Alright. I'm almost right on top of you right there. Oh no, I'm fine now.
So Hans is reporting that the notes
ahead
for the class, in terms of the instructions, what their desire was to make the conning tower as small as possible.
That's good there.
Okay.
And yeah, you'll need to slalom enough over to the left-hand side to see that actual wall of the sub.
Yeah. Sorry, let me move off to the right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think there's a crowd. I think that's what that light blue thing is.
A little. Sorry.
Near the
10 meters.
propeller.
So to make the conning tower as small as possible, of course, again, all these for increased submerged speed.
That's just incredible.
I'm gonna.
It really is, Jonathan.
Come around here and look at the propellers. We gotta move Atalanta back to the west a little. We got a little greedy.
Yo, no, I think that's is that a little frogfish?
Like we got another monkfish over there.
Monkfish.
What?
Oh,
They look just behind the propeller.
Behind the
Yeah. Look at that boy.
Yeah, just a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
And so another design criteria was to replace the fixed deck guns
There
with
he is.
retractable
I think I
mounts
see
housed
it.
in shuttered recesses when submerged.
Look.
And then finally use steel plates for the upper deck rather than wood.
Yeah, that's all right.
Highlight 5. Just kidding.
This whole thing is a highlight 5, honestly.
And Larry,
No, Jonathan says
Oh.
only if you know people are needed. We need to get people out of bed. Is it a 5?
And
Larry,
highlight
we
4.
can ask some of the onshore archaeologists about the design of the screw. I think it's really interesting. It just appears to be a very standard, straightforward propeller with no special acoustic designs to make it
Are they getting
less
bumped?
noisy, so that it would, not cavitate or make noise.
Sal alone
Yeah, I don't,
is not an
I don't know
navigation
what
technique
those
evidence
kinds
expected
of
from a
meter
submersible.
probably, Dan.
Roger.
Yeah,
I
we
had to
Flashback
make a
by a
move there
car.
to manage my tether. It
Yeah,
was
no worries. Yeah.
getting up.
What the fish doing?
I
Getting
don't know when
flashbang.
first began to use those designs or
Yeah.
myself.
Did you see that orange poofy thing?
That's a nice set.
It was like
Offset
right
there.
on top of the
Uh-huh.
thing that next to the monkfish.
I'm not sure which one, but I
Okay.
did see a couple of orange to yellow poofy things.
Okay.
Yeah, coral and an anemone.
If I see another one, I'll point it out.
Yeah.
so these would be the bollards that Hans described.
What
Yes.
were the kind of? So I'll give you a shot of it again.
More slalom. God, look at that snap
Slalom.
fracture zone in the.
Oh, yeah. For people at home watching the quad image, that crack that Jonathan was just mentioning is in feed number 3 in the
Oh,
lower
yeah.
left.
Look at. Oh my gosh.
Manal, is that as wide as
What are the-
Herc goes?
What are those things right there? The two.
The two circular things on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It
yeah,
looked like some
Yeah,
kind of
just
You can
about.
zoom back into.
some kind of
avoid the thing.
access. Let's
Thanks.
see, where are we? We're not quite in the bow, no.
Just right in front of the screw.
Oh, yeah, that is, right,
Why don't you look to your right just a little for me?
right outside the engine room.
What's it say?
Imagine how noisy and crowded and cramped, damp that submarine was inside.
Oh, it's probably a bad time.
This is what you're talking about, slaloming?
Yeah,
Jonathan?
exactly. It's exactly what I was talking about.
You're gonna make it.
It's a
You're gonna
beautiful
make the audience dizzy doing this.
Ah, well.
It's a great movie.
It's worth it.
What is that? What is
Skill
that,
issue.
Graded, what is that graded?
Yeah, I saw
Getting
that too.
motion sick on the,
Yeah,
or by the
perfect.
RV.
Lots of good parallax. Maximum parallax.
So you know, this is the cinema director here making me fly all over like a crazy person.
There was something sticking out of the side, some part of the ship that had round holes in it.
Holes?
Holes, H-O-L-E-S. I wonder if anybody knows what that was. Some very specific part of the sub
Scotty, what?
sticking out of the other side. I couldn't identify it. I'm not sure what it was. Those holes
Are
on
you
the
sure
top.
this is what you want, Jonathan?
No, it says it's getting bigger. It's not so much. Just fly right down the center, please.
Roger, it's making me physically ill.
Well, I mean, the answer is actually yes. This is exactly what I want, but
How about if we just do a pass and then another
sure.
pass?
we'll want to definitely do that around the conning tower, though.
Yeah.
Just don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, I think we all.
Yeah, Rick Muppet. I-201.
This is a kind of a.
A
Close encounter with the
sleek,
conning tower,
fast
but not
boy.
close, of course.
This is kind of a good angle to. Another
Yeah,
move,
we just
please.
got to make sure we do that on the opposite side.
We want to be here.
And those
Oh my gosh, right me.
and those holes down the
Santaka
center,
Dai?
hole, Larry, you said
Type
earlier,
submarine?
are part of
Yeah,
the
These are-
system to submerge the sub.
Yeah,
The sub.
yeah, for flooding the tanks.
There
You got to butter that pancake, Dan.
What's that?
You got to butter the pancake.
Buttering the pancake, Roger.
What does that mean?
Yeah, we already saw that side.
The submarine has to
Yes, but parallax.
take in water to submerge, and then fill ballast tanks, and that's what submerges it, and then
Right.
use compressed air usually to blow out the water.
We have some viewers saying some glass sponges.
Yeah, I was wondering if those were glass sponges.
Yes,
I didn't want to say
I've
anything.
been seeing a couple different
Yeah.
species of Faraday. We've got a couple different aphidiform and gadiform fishes, so that looks like it might be a grenadier there in the distance.
Yeah, that critter.
Got a squat lobster, a brattlebrush chrysogorgia there.
Lots of life, lots of life.
Continuing to see a high density of these primnoids. But we're also starting to see more of these chrysogorgids.
A sleek, fast boy that doesn't will,
this is the biodiversity that we're seeing.
For our viewers' sake, I'm glad to see there's not as much marine snow in the water as there was earlier. So you're getting a nice, clear image. And Jonathan, I hope it's good and clear for you as well.
Oh, which reminds me, let me make sure YouTube's giving us the good stuff.
Yeah, I'm really excited by the
I think this is as good as it
biodiversity we're
gets.
seeing. It just makes me think about like what's going to be populating this in the next 50 to 100 years.
Yeah, these make good artificial reefs.
Yeah, yeah.
There's the view.
Oh, wow.
Oh, here it comes, here it
That
comes.
was a lame buttering of the pancake. Buttering the pancake, but here's the conning tower.
The end result was worth it, Dan.
Here we go.
There it is.
There
Wait
it
for
is.
Atalanta anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nautilus, this is Hans. I think we just passed the aft position of the retractable anti-aircraft gun.
Can
Okay,
you,
thank you. We'll be coming back again.
Can you come up just a bit?
Yeah, Brick, this is
So,
like
since I'm waiting for
stunningly
Atalanta,
well preserved.
Jonathan, how do you feel about a reverse pancake
Please do,
run?
yes,
Roger.
yes.
How much up do you want me?
Just
Bye-bye,
enough for me to.
flag.
That's probably enough.
We'll be back. Thank you for the reverse, yes. The answer is always yes.
Yeah.
So what's going on is they are making a 3D scan,
for
which is now
photogrammetry,
available
so
on their
it's gonna be a little
Sketchfab.
quick here,
You
'cause-
see a line there?
Oh, danger.
That's the tether.
That's the tether,
Oh,
okay.
If you
Okay,
look at the Atalanta
okay.
view,
Okay.
it looks really cool in Atalanta.
Come on,
Yeah,
just a bit
I'm
more, look
highlighting a
down.
lot of, you know.
Looks very dangerous on Zeus. So.
It does.
Yeah.
I
They
think we're
mentioned
all- we
earlier
are
how,
all hypersensitive now to
Yeah, that's true.
small yellow lines. That
You
shouldn't
haven't
be
lived till you've flown through your own tether and tied a knot. And then had to untie it to your complete embarrassment in front of the crowd.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
keep going as long as you can, and then do the same thing on the other side, please.
Roger.
Right. So they're scanning it. They're
Just
scanning it
all
for
the
3D
viewers
model.
out there, Atalanta and the ship moves are being very, very careful, which does have this proceed at a slower pace than the impatient among us might want, but for photogrammetry, it offers an excellent opportunity to get even more coverage from all of the different angles so that all of the elements have as much detail as they can. So what you're seeing us do, or you're seeing Dan do, and Rai in the front row is just maneuver the ROVs, and Dan's flying right now on the back, and he's going to come around on the other side so we can peek at all of the corners of all of those little rusticles and corals
Very cool.
that are up there. Good job, man. But I'm not gonna give you another combo line, only one.
What's that?
Good.
Oh.
Okay, real quick, on the topic of the paint still being visible, I don't know if it's this ship specifically, but apparently ships in this kind of like time period did have access to like I don't remember the exact word used, but basically anti-corrosive or basically high quality paints that wouldn't degrade in water. And then they also had like anti-sonar, which this one is not covered with because they wanted to focus on keeping it anti-fouling. Yes, Rick, thank you. Anti-fouling paints. Yes. Anti-fouling paints. Yes. Also, hi, our Lewis88. Hello. Angry Stoma. Hello. Angry Stoma, also known as Jeff Day on Twitter. As part of a Squid Squad. Everyone say hello. Hi. But yeah, there's a ton of coral. People were remarking on it, and like, even though I'm a stinky amateur who doesn't know anything, like, that is a stunning amount of coral.
See if you could even fill the holes that sunk it.
There's so much
That
life.
would really be talent.
So now Dan's gonna fly that direction there, and then he's gonna go over on the other side for the additional white pretty corals on the way back.
Yeah, so
Well, me.
So,
Hey, did folks
these are
know
the
that the
bollards
Nautilus Live
that,
archives are here? I said,
the
what?
retractable bollards?
Literally me.
That's
What?
That's what Hans thinks they are, and it kind of makes sense. So they-
What is that?
Dan got distracted.
That structure with the round holes in it, is that part of the flooding? And
yeah, I assume
System.
something lets water through it, but I don't know what.
Are you gonna come right under me?
Come
Yep.
come higher, Dan.
And the
Dan.
decking's starting there.
Coming higher.
Higher, Dan.
Higher.
We've been there. There you go. Higher.
Oh, you want the cinema
Yeah,
camera
Nautilus
on
has
it.
done
I was looking
some
at the stereo camera, sorry.
Yeah,
incredible
cinema,
dives.
Cinema. Yeah, look at cinema now.
Roger.
Thank you.
Nautilus crews always have the best synergy.
Somewhere there.
Higher.
And we're gonna zoom around a bit rapidly here while we
Yep.
do some photogrammetry coverage. And we'll get Atalanta positioned to have a good look around the conning tower.
I appreciate Jonathan, who is the younger sounding, I don't know if he's actually
Come up a
younger,
little for me, right?
person in
So
charge
come
of
up here.
the photography that's happening. Just gently roasting him for being a gamer.
Viewers noticing that
I
the corals
approve.
are heavy on one side, and that's probably because of currents, right?
Yeah, I would think that the side most exposed
turret right next to you,
on the
right?
top
Yep.
side would be the one where they are happiest.
there it is. There's the flag. Great image.
We'll come back for a closer look here. I'm still
Oh, they're so close to
flying
that
around
line.
like
That
a
makes me
crazy
so
person.
nervous.
There's another,
Chrysanthemum?
yeah.
how much
Yeah,
do
so
others
if,
go?
while we have time, if we can just fly back and cover the white corals
Yep.
before we get too enamored with yonder beautiful.
Can I see
conning
the
tower.
Watch
nav
your back.
screen?
Watch your
People
butt. It's
really
right
want to
near
look
that
at the
center.
Yeah,
tower.
I see it. I see it.
But Jonathan is determined to get like proper scans for the
I
3D
could've gone a
model,
little further
which is
north there.
available on Sketchfab.
So now Dan's going to be going
Becky,
back
hello.
up to the, which direction is this? South?
South is towards the,
Yeah, it's
Rear
crazy.
repellers?
It's crazy
Rear
how
right.
sharp it still
So
is.
he's heading back to the south. We're going to butter the pancake with the white corals now on this side.
And for those of you who don't know, butter the pancake is a term that Jonathan made up.
Let's make it a thing.
It's descriptive of photogrammetry on a flat surface. No one likes a chunky, you know, you got to evenly spread the butter. You can say butter the toast.
Butter. No, I like butter the pancake.
Because it's got to be
No, she's a
smooth.
pancake.
Toast
I like
can be
pancakes.
bumpy.
Can we go butter the pancake next to the monkfish?
Okay, here we go. Happy with that view?
Yes, I am very
Yep,
much.
there we
So
Crazy speed run.
Nautilus looks to be doing some really cool things with 3D
Don't want
scans.
to
They've
go
been
too
doing
fast here because
of
we'll
everything
stir
from
up
last
the,
year.
don't
Yes,
stir the
Nautilus has a Sketchfab, like an official Sketchfab
gently butter it.
website.
gently
You know what? Let me see if I can link it while we once again. As cool as this is, we've done a couple
Absolutely
passes,
amazing.
so I don't
Look at
feel
every
bad
detail
about.
here.
Let me just look away for a minute,
We're going to have to do the same thing on the north
so
side,
I
right?
can get you guys
Yeah.
the Sketchfab
If
site.
possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We're moving Atlanta over the conning
Yeah.
tower now, so we'll
We
be
can
able
do
to
some. We can do some nice descriptive spins around the conning towers,
Yeah.
just for all the angles, and then continue on down.
Yeah, on this last path, Jonathan, it was the first time I'd really seen the chrysanthemum clearly.
Yeah.
The topmost part of the conning tower.
That was really cool.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me post this. I'll post it in chat. There's some really cool stuff on here on the Sketchfab.
So for anyone watching, one of the
come
design
down,
elements.
5 meters there. Give me just enough tether to get around the back here.
One of the design elements of the system is You can see
Mason, hello.
in satellite feed 3 that we have kind of 2 constant and fixed points for doing this kind of photogrammetry work. So we have kind of a very wide angle lens that's facing forward and one that's facing to the top down, and that way we can more comprehensively survey something with lights like are on Hercules with each one of the passes, kind of maximizing our time on station.
Sorry, I'm shuffling chat around now. There we go. Get shuffled, chat.
Okay.
Right, I'm happy.
I think you're dragging me.
Yeah, just same direction but across the white side again there.
Roger.
On the right.
Yeah, I'm gonna drag you as I spin around there a little bit.
I didn't know that subreddit was a thing. Our mechanophobia. That is definitely a thing I have. I'm doing pretty good with it right now, but there's some spooky shots happening here.
You're gonna pass in front of me?
Yep. Okay. We're gonna come right back up to the tower and then probably do the same thing on the north.
Disco says gonna use the model as a counter.
Yeah.
Whoa! Team deathmatch! Do it! Whoa! Whoa! Why with the ducks, Bluebird? Ah! No! Yeah, Lord Caven, welcome. This is the I-201 Japanese submersible Scuttled.
Conning tower now.
Coming back to the conning tower.
You okay? You can look down a little, show us the conning tower there.
Either late into or after World War II.
Maybe look down just a little more.
Yeah.
A little more. Perfect.
Where's the fishing line?
Yeah, you're all right.
Yeah, they've got to be careful of that line. It's really bad if it gets tangled. It's a very fast.
Atalanta.
Absolutely incredible.
And we'll get the chrysanthemum.
Always do both vehicles from now on.
Oh.
If it looks cool. Yeah, because then it auto tags. Thank you.
Oh gosh.
That's Herc's tether in the background. Don't panic. You can come up just a little and
Roger.
Get that out of the shot.
That's so incredible.
There it is.
The paint really is super sharp.
That is the Japanese eye. There's more slash on the top.
Okay.
I'm gonna look down on you.
Sure. Why not? Let's see if I can.
Truly iconic view we're getting right now.
Oh, I got the tether out. There you go.
I came up just a bit
Larry,
to get
on
it in Jonathan's camera, so I'll come back down to get it in the Zeus here.
Brady says, I remember some stories from more experienced people in dive club.
That is great. Finding
a boot in a old World War II wreck that still had leg bones stuck in it. Thankfully, this was a scuttled vessel. I've said it a couple times during stream. We are not diving a graveyard.
And so if we can just do some
just
some turns around the conning tower as much as is safe from multiple different angles, that would be great.
I'll do that.
So to answer eccentric Bluebird's question of has Sebastian been attacked by any undead soldiers yet, we're with Hercules today. And no, thankfully, no oceans of the undead yet.
I also wouldn't mind if you turned off Atalanta's lights.
Turn them off?
Yeah. Getting quite a bit of shadow right now.
Dramatic shot.
All of them?
Yeah,
sure.
That's much better.
The BBC dramatic shot there.
That's a preview of what we'll do a little bit later on right there.
Sorry, Simon.
Yeah, unfortunately, because they're not live, we can't see the alternate shots.
Down for the photogrammetry, so you can turn them back on at will.
Yeah, you can light it back up.
I think there you can see the pressure hull, the rounded pressure hull, as opposed to the flooded part above it.
Yeah.
You know why,
we're with Hercules today due
to
an undead attack on Sebastian. No.
Am I good to turn those on?
Yeah, you're blasting.
You want me to go?
Well, it's brighter than ever.
Sebastian's on break that has absolutely nothing to do with the undead attack. It's unrelated. Event Sebastian, Bluebird, get out!
I'm
We don't need
right
radio
down with
telemetry
the
where we're
camera
going.
to the mud line here, and then we'll come back up.
Wait, really? D2 got attacked? D2 is another ROV, off with NOAA, the Okeanos. There was a Tanagia that got curious and was grappling with its frame for a minute. I've genuinely been curious, like if there's protocol for something like that. An octopus squid, what? I'm gonna have to find video of this later.
Mudline check.
Because Nautilus has that really excellent video of a sperm whale coming to check it out.
Can you try to peek the port camera in so it can see inside?
Yeah.
To the... there you go, there you go, there you go, there you go.
Tether's pulling me in. I'm going to dust it a bit there.
I think the protocol is let them fight.
Sure.
All right. Keep on, keep on. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, this is Hans. I wonder if those boxes with the kind of filamented lined lead sheets inside maybe are individual batteries from the battery compartment.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering. That is, I think that is the battery compartment when we compared it to the diagram, and they may very well be. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I'm sure the batteries were large, but they may be made up of many smaller components, and that might be what we're seeing in those two black things that almost look like car batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I've seen things like that before in other wreckage. It could be that those are individual batteries of a much larger assembly series.
I heard this
now, certainly there are a lot of batteries in this club.
So let me pause briefly while I look at chat. It's just like the doggos in Subnautica with the cameras, yes. Trying to imagine Jiu-Jitsu with an octopus. It would be intense. It would be crazy. Kaven says the protocol for if the submarine is attacked is to panic and scream incoherently, pronouncing your submission to Lord Cthulhu, I believe. Also, yes, Syrinx is here. We got all the cool kids today.
Might get a little dusty here, and Tether's trying to push Herc into the hole.
Larry, I heard this morning when the Americans were driving this sub back from Japan, they didn't get very far before a battery fire started, and that they had to then resort to towing the sub to Pearl. So there was some prior damage to the batteries prior to the sinking. So who knows? It may have been...
So they took it from... So this is definitely post-World War II that it got scuttled.
The battery compartment, but it had already been damaged by a fire.
Yep.
I might be able to give you more if I can look down and just see where the...
Yeah, it can come down just a bit. Might trash the viz here. I'm trying to poke Jonathan's camera into the hole a little bit there.
Do you mind if I visually see what's right below me?
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
Concerned about the
I think you're
fishing line is right there, so...
I'm
Was
okay.
it mentioned why it was scuttled rather than salvage?
Just trying to get some light in there
Although,
on this stereo camera without dust.
I know there were certain ships that were scuttled as part of like post-war agreements. I don't think that's the case here though, because they did study it before they scuttled it. In the event of a squid attack, the guy that plays fighting games competitively takes the controls. In the event of the squid attack, Jonathan is called into a secondary role as the ship's gamer. No more Call of Duty, only Call of Squid. Only Call of Cthulhu!
What do you think? Should I hit extend?
Yes.
Really? I'm thinking I do it.
Okay.
Oh gosh, are we bumping it?
I triple dog dare you.
That's tough words from a Canadian, huh? Okay. Whoop.
Oh.
Close enough, Jonathan?
Jonathan's not here. Jonathan's not here, so you're wasting your risk here. So.
I will highlight.
Zero risk.
Just zero risk as it drifts ominously closer to the metal.
Okay, he's probably got like 1,000 pictures of the inside there now.
Is that stacked paper looking thing biological, or is it part of the...
No, I don't think it's biological. I think
No, yeah, I thought it was a coral at first too.
No, I think that's part of the innards of the submarine.
Brick Muppet clarifies as to the salvage versus scuttle question. They needed a target.
Despite the fact that there was quite a bit of intrigue on the intelligence reports about the riveting technique, this was not a riveted submarine. This was actually a welded hull. And there again, you see beautifully
related
the
to
pressure
that.
inside.
And we're interested to finding out how the Japanese construction techniques would fare.
This was excuse me, a welded hull, not a riveted hull.
And the welded hull probably gave it more strength and ability to go to deeper depths.
Well,
Larry,
my suspicion is that, again, it was done for hydrodynamics, that you can really smooth the welds, maybe, and maybe question of weight.
could these subs go deeper than American subs at the time?
I don't. This one I said that the operating depth of this one was 110 meters, and I suspect that was not probably deeper than some of the U.S. subs. It's probably on the same order, but I don't know that.
Yeah, but they clearly have a lot of technological innovations for the time that, at that time, this Japanese sub was advanced.
Bluebird
Really
says,
amazing detail.
heartening fact, Cthulhu-chan is purposely meant to be unpronounceable, thus messing it up and leaves you in the same boat as everyone else. Yeah, we all go down together.
Some of that sediment on the flag, is it possible, would that stuff blow off if you were to aim a
Yeah,
the,
I think
engines at it?
we're seeing coral on the flag as opposed
It
to...
is coral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the Hercules engines would not necessarily clean it off.
No, and our job should not be to clean anything off.
I've always wanted to ask that over the years, just as
no, our job is to leave it exactly as it is.
Yeah.
And let nature take its course.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I recall hearing an
Understood. But it's an
Australian
irresistible question.
someone was convinced even modern subs could not stay submerged for greater than 24
disturb
hours.
the visibility, and you'd see
That's
nothing but a
true.
giant dust
I mean, they
cloud
can
for
stay
a while,
down
so
I was thinking right as we
for a
pulled
long
out.
I would
time
probably
now,
start
right?
kicking my chair.
Yeah. I was thinking as a parting, as we were leaving, see how clean that flag was. You could already see it beautifully.
Yeah. It is still really sharp. Like, the paint is bright.
I'm still impressed that these paints, there's 77 years submerged, and the paints are still vibrant like that.
I mean, I guess it's not getting degraded by the sun.
Years. I remember Bob telling me, Larry, that the paint on, he was surprised as he was going down the hull of the Titanic. He's going down the hull close, and he sees this orange. It's the anti-fouling paint on the Titanic was still intact and doing its job. So clearly they're using some kind of paint here that is highly resistant to seawater and weathering and sea life.
So here's I thought I found a great observation that the red coral was only growing on the red parts of the, but it's not. I see one of them is offset and growing on the white.
Yeah.
That red paint attracted red coral.
Yeah, that could have been a whole study.
Exactly.
One should expect
See
that
that
on a
little
submarine
squab
should be
lobster
water
hanging out
resistant.
here.
I think
Here
it's
by
less the water and more the
chrysanthemum.
salt. I might be wrong though.
Okay. So Hans is suggesting that that paper-like looking series of things was actually the inside of a battery, anode and cathode plates within the individual batteries, looking like pages of a book.
Oh, I think those are actually crabs that we're seeing.
I see that crab, that nice purple guy.
So the batteries had broken open.
Yeah, and Phil says that he was thinking the same thing too. brings it back to the days of working a golf course as a kid, refilling those anode batteries in golf carts by the dozen.
Oh, that's right. I hadn't thought about refilling them, which is, of course, essential.
Let me pause that briefly to catch up with chat, sorry. On the topic of someone claiming that someone being convinced modern subs could not stay submerged greater than 24 hours, the Australian admiral was very frustrated by this claim, as he couldn't state how ridiculous the claim was, because the topic being classified meant he couldn't even hint how long Aussie subs can actually stay under. It's a good thing that forum is World of Tanks and not World of Subs, otherwise we'd all know. Okay. One should expect, let's see. Some of the stuff from the Baltic Sea we have here is still vibrant-ish, despite being... Oh, wow! Does the cold contribute to that? I imagine the combination of cold and depth, despite being from the 15 and 1600s. Those must be fascinating things to dive.
Look how narrow that conning tower is. You're right, again, shaped specifically for speed underwater.
Cold anoxic conditions plus no shipworms. Things get preserved really well here. Yeah. Was one shark from the 15 to 1600s. But frankly, it wasn't looking too vibrant by yeah.
And there was no one, of course, aboard this when it was scuttled or sunk.
Yeah.
This is long after the war.
Yes.
Towed out as a target. No one aboard.
No, it was an intentional sinking. And nowadays, before they do this, and I don't know if they did it back then, but nowadays they're often surplus vessels are sunk to become artificial reefs, but they take great care to remove any kind of oil or any other toxic material. I don't know if in 1946 they...
Can you come down a bit?
They worried or thought about that, but certainly that's the procedure now.
Right.
We Baltic Marine countries still have yearly demining operations. It's still finding and blowing up World War II.
Oh yeah, no, the purpose here was not an artificial reef at all.
Exactly, they weren't even thinking about it, right.
Yeah, but I don't know if they did anything to remove any kind of materials that might...
I think I've read or that they're seen photographs of it. There's still oil leaking from the battleship Arizona and Pearl Harbor occasionally.
Yes, there's no question about that. Often referred to as the tears of those who perished. But that's different than an intentional scuttling like this.
Right, but the oil will last a long time.
We keep finding new wrecks to this day. Yes, that's fascinating and kind of terrifying. TK, hello. Yeah, we're gonna in just a minute. I'm gonna take a break, a midstream break, and then we're going to watch the VOD for the dive of the 401. Or when the fishermen come into the local harbor dragging those sea mines. Happens every now and then. Terrifying. One day it will turn out the Leviathan of biblical legend was actually just a big chest of Solomon's commemorative coin collection. No.
That's an awful nice view too.
Yeah.
It really is. Interesting, they extended all the periscopes before they sank it.
Yeah. R. Lewis 88 says there's a World War II era transport ship near the end of the river. My brain is gonna make me pronounce this wrong.
Right in front of that open space? Is that?
It's still full of unexploded boom.
Part of the vessel.
Terrifying. Terrifying.
It's got a regular shape and appearance, so it was.
You would hope that it would become like neutralized over time, but that's not always the case.
Onshore experts think.
Well, I don't know.
Rivets or it can't be rivets. It's got to be it's sea life, isn't it?
Oh, these crinoids, urchins that are attached all over?
Anemones?
These are anemones.
Yeah.
Anemones.
Actinaria.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I was looking at something that was right in front of the open space. Looked like when.
Yeah. This is fun. I was looking at that too, and I always loop with that.
Appears to be a
I always.
orange or red painted patch there.
John.
Yeah.
I'll come back and get another look on the next
Sure.
pass. I had to come underneath all that
Hans,
string and stuff hanging there.
we had difficulty understanding what you're saying.
Oh yeah. You know, as I was looking at that loop forward of the hatch on the top of the sail there, also. I don't know, because you know the one plan that I'm looking at is really not very detailed, and so it doesn't have features like that in the schematic in the plan drawing. The orange-red coating there, that looks biological to me, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, some of this I can't tell if it's like rust or.
Are those glass panes?
Some of it does look biological.
Oh yeah. The reflection.
Yeah. Like look at that.
It looks like glass panes. Yeah.
Clearly reflective. What do our archaeologists think that is?
So it lets them, I guess, be protected from the weather and still see out.
Got to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, TK, the 401 is the Japanese aircraft carrier sub.
So
yeah.
On your schematic, does it show?
Oh no, I meant for why it's the worst ride. It's got a roll.
I'm pretty sure those are glass panes there, and there's that loop.
I agree, Larry.
And that
is
loop
the
might
Soviet
be,
Army asking for them?
You know, oftentimes you have a bearing or range direction finder or something like that.
Right. That makes sense.
Oh, are you talking about the circular object?
Yes.
What is that? And does anyone have any observations on the glass that Larry observed on the?
Yeah, like the view windows almost.
Is that? Is it glass?
Yeah, this is Hans. I don't.
Actually, let down just a little for me. See where that.
Go ahead, Hans.
A lot of blindness there.
Yeah, I see that glass. I don't see any navigation lights anywhere else, and I know in their attempt to streamline anything, maybe they could have lights inside the sail behind that nicely faired glass for streamlining, but that's just a guess. I really don't know. And that does look like a radio directional finder on top of the sail, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's interesting because unlike many of the U.S. submarines where the top of the sail had a much more open space, where when they were on the surface, people would say, it looks like here, you know, there are those two open holes, but it looked like nobody was actually stationed up outside here. They were all inside, and that's why maybe those glass. I don't see a railing or anything.
Yeah, you're right. Certainly compared to the other Japanese subs of the era, and the typical large open deck on top of the conning tower, the sail. But that's all drag, and this is just so miniaturized and streamlined. It's just so modern looking.
A great view of the periscope.
Larry, I was looking for that too because I spent a lot of time on board U.S. Navy nuclear attack subs, and there is, as you said, an area for the captain and a couple of observers to stand with inside the conning tower, and they're protected from the weather, but they've got a little space. And I thought I saw something like that on this sub on the other side of the periscopes, but it wasn't very large. And I agree with you. I was looking at that one open hatch and thinking, how could you stand up in that hatch and see much of anything? But it's a good question.
Do we have an explanation of the marking on the side? The half, is that the chrysanthemum?
I think that's the chrysanthemum, yeah.
It is indeed.
So there was actually a question in chat about why Scuttled instead of salvaged, and Brick pointed out that it was blah target practice, literally just to see like how it would hold up. TK, and R. Lewis have additional information. The I-400 subs were scuttled by the US when they got wind of the Russians wanting to have a nosy around. TK further elaborates, spoils of war were meant to be shared by the winning powers, but by the 48, the USSR and Western allies had already had a falling out with each other. In March 46, the USN was ordered to sink all captured IJN subs. So, spoilers for, yeah, guys, real quick, spoilers for World War II, but no, that's fascinating. That's genuinely fascinating.
And two periscopes, I think we decided.
Yep.
And then that object sticking up behind that thin periscope. What is that's got kind of a loop on it. Is that perhaps also a direction finder or radio?
I don't think this was an event in the country.
I can't see it, but
Yeah,
there needs to be a snorkel too somewhere.
Oh, you know what? I bet that does look like an air intake. That they could, yeah. That they could, if as the ship's traveling, as the sub is traveling forward the other direction, that's a logical place and design for a snorkel.
Yeah, we're done. Thanks.
Yoni, hello.
And those indeed look like fishing lines, aren't they?
What an amazing, look at quite the stiff current, huh, Dan?
Yeah.
Not too bad, but yeah, enough to struggle on the other side when the tether was behind me. So I think I've got above and below the tower here.
That's fantastic, yeah.
And Jonathan?
Yes.
I mean, it's your call. You can spend as absolutely long as you want here, or we can go look at the bow section too.
Yeah, have you completed your photogrammetry?
No, I think that we need to do a couple races up and down the bow, or towards the bow, right? Or towards the at least broken section of the bow.
Yeah,
here.
we have not.
We haven't done forward of the tower.
We need to go forward of the tower.
Oh,
Do
forward of the tower here.
forward of the tower. Do the quick photogrammetry, and then let's set this up for some immersive lights off filming now that we have a full lay of the land.
Whatever you want.
Yeah.
Okay,
and then we'll pop over to the bow.
If you have time, get to the bow section.
Yeah.
But
What is our time now, sir?
It's we're at 3:30 now local time, and we need to be up by 8 p.m.
Up by 8, so about a 45-minute, 7:15. Okay, that's good.
15 I-400
All right,
subs were planned.
full beams
Only
on
3
the
were.
photogrammetry survey behind us. Are,
We're getting a close look at the glass
forward of the
window.
sail, please, sir.
Roger.
Window? Maybe window.
For anyone listening, full beams is a technical term ROV pilots use for describing how many electrons go into the hydraulic system.
Or electrons in general.
Jonathan, while you were
Aquaman,
away,
Robert
Larry
Waters'
noticed these windows.
famous thing.
Yeah.
See them at the top of the. It's interesting that they actually reflected the light, Jonathan, so appear to be glass of some sort.
Actually, you know what? We're all set up here. Let's can we please turn off the Atalanta light again? And I want to get a perfect shot of the chrysanthemum. I'm gonna switch over the cameras into a different mode for raw.
Roger.
Because we're all set up. Might as well.
Okay, good to go.
Oh, sure.
Don't sound too excited.
So it's 214.
The poor ROV pilot sounds so long-suffering.
And you want the I-201 in there, or
This
the?
video footage is
no, I
freaking
want the full
raw.
chrysanthemum. Can you frame
Highest
up a
possible
beautiful
quality.
shot for us?
Yeah, and the which camera?
Fisheye.
Left one.
Yep.
Right one.
Yep. Bottom left.
Right.
No, that's the. Actually, let's do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. You're right.
Being the ROV pilot is
3
suffering.
cameras here.
Look at that.
Come at it a little bit more obliquely, so that go a little bit more forward to the right.
Roger.
Kind of angle the chrysanthemum in the frame.
All right, I get why he wanted this in raw now. Like That's really good.
Oh, it's so exciting, everyone. It's like a photographer's dream right now. There you go.
Yeah.
And, down and back just a smidgen.
Try not to back up because the current's behind me. We're good.
Alright, so those are set up in RAW now, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to leave the page and take a photo. Okay, I got that. Back up just a little bit more, keep backing.
Roger, it might get a little dusty as
Oh
I
yeah,
back up
kicking
here.
up a little bit of...
And then let's frame up a shot with the rising sun, please.
Roger. Just let me come up here and let it
What a
clear up.
dramatic view in satellite feed 2 right now.
It really is, Jonathan. Just spectacular.
When Germany surrendered in May of 1954, the Kriegsmarine Indian Ocean Squadron became part of the Imperial Japanese Navy as per agreements between Germany and Japan. Ah!
I'm going to have to come upstream and then kind of float
Fun
into
fact?
it a little.
Yep.
6
sounds
of the
good.
Japanese subs that surrendered in August of 45 had German crews, and 2 had joint German-Italian crews. So that would be why.
That's a remarkable
Because of that
photo
agreement.
right there.
Yeah, it really is. I'm looking forward to seeing your amazing high resolution digital video of this.
Can we reverse the light scenario and turn on Atalanta and turn off Hercules?
Sure.
Okay, turning on Atalanta.
How many volts would it take to electrocute the whole ocean? Yes.
Oh, wow.
The answer is
There's that
yes.
snow.
Let me get come around here.
My tether might be coming across the top of me.
Yeah, you're all right.
Can we get off on Hercules?
Yeah, let me just get in the position first.
So the lighting is going to get real dramatic in a
Close to
minute
its
here.
position.
Yep.
Okay, here we go, lights off.
Oh
Do you want me to try pivoting right? See if we get more light?
Spooky.
Yeah, okay, so go to
It's
the
really
right a little
dramatic,
bit more
but it's
and
kinda
Roger on that
Roger,
for the Atalanta move.
Okay.
So can you lateral
really
right
pretty.
and counter on the sail just a little bit? Maybe back up and just lateral a little bit more to the right.
Roger.
There you go. Turn a little bit more. See, I'm just framing up right now in the wide angle view.
Yep. The bottom left.
Yeah, the bottom left.
Roger.
Okay. And then back up by, let's see, let's go forward at the tower by about 1 meter, or I'm sorry, behind you.
Oh, just abruptly. Hold on. It's part of a playlist. So I don't want us to get. That was 4 of 6. Here.
On is the capacity. Oh, watch! Don't lose too.
So we're not gonna watch this whole 2 hours because. Sorry. We're not gonna watch this whole 2 hours because I do want us to have lots of time for the 401. I want us to have 3 hours for that. Solar renders batteries inoperable, but the materials and chemicals can still be a hazard to wildlife. Wait, well, hold on. Let me catch up on chat. But yeah, we'll kind of like let this wrap up so we're not like abruptly cut off like that. Then I will take a like quick break, and when we come back, we'll watch the dive for the 401, which is a very cool submersible. If I'm understanding correctly, it was set up to have to be like an aircraft carrier. Just keep tossing in those car batteries, lads. TK. On the topic of the Japanese subs having German crews, yes, if Japan had surrendered before Germany, any Japanese forces operating in the outside the Pacific could successfully escape the Pacific, or it would join up with the Germans. So that's just kind of like a deal they had. Like, if one of us surrenders, and our aquatic forces are out of the territory, just go to our ally at the time. Yeah. Not gonna lie, as I sort of ain't interested in Rex, there's just something special about when the shape starts to show up, well, on a dive. Saltwater renders batteries inoperable, but the materials and chemicals can still be hazardous to... Yeah! Yeah! If this were scuttled today, they probably wouldn't leave those batteries in place. The solution to pollution is dilution, right, guys? Just drop it in the ocean. It's fine. But yeah, we'll watch just a little bit more of this. I'll take my break, and we'll come back and do the 401 dive.
Behind you by 1 meter, whatever direction that is.
The direction that makes dust.
Yep, the direction that makes dust. Okay. Yeah, we got that shot. We got that shot. Thank you. And while we're here, just let's get about 10 meters distance away, like back and in altitude.
Roger.
I just want a little bit more of the dramatic lighting.
Yep, I just want to see what we can get for a photo of the totality of the wreck.
Still looking
the totality of the wreck. Very dramatic.
Look in the bottom left-hand corner. That's correct.
I'll try and keep Atalanta's lights off of it. Stay low. If I come up, it's gonna see Atalanta's lights.
Wow.
Maybe come up just a few meters here.
Jonathan's going to give you some dramatic footage.
This is very dramatic. Jonathan's doing a good job.
That's awesome directing right there.
Yeah.
It's just remarkable. I cannot wait to share these photos with the world. Okay, that's good from this end. Did you see any other photos that looked good, Dan, in your reconnoitering? Maybe the window shot?
Yeah, the windows, there was a lot of interest there for the...
There was. All right, well...
Yeah, let's try to get a forward-on shot of the conning tower as if the submarine was coming towards us.
Yeah, there you go.
And I'm just going to go ahead and take that shot right there, because that is eerily amazing.
No, you can hold
yeah,
that.
No, that's really good.
Hold the light here. And
Jonathan, you're going to have a world of fun with this.
It's absolutely incredible.
Basically have the same shot in the Zeus camera as Jonathan has in his wide angle camera.
Yeah. Jonathan is the media director for Ocean Exploration Trust. He does a spectacular job with it. He's a very, very gifted photographer, cinematographer, computer programmer.
No, I'm not the programmer. Rachel Simon. Rachel Simon.
You masterfully stitch all this together. Look at that large hole. Is that a hole? That's a hole right there.
Yeah, it's incredible. You see that battle damage?
That's just astonishing.
I'm going to come down a little just to get that glare out of the top there.
You'll be able to use these images to create a three-dimensional model of the sub as well, Jonathan, is that right?
Yep. That is correct, yeah.
And an immersive experience for anyone listening and watching online when Jonathan finishes his work on stitching together all these ultra-high resolution IMAX Vegas sphere quality images and video. You'll be able to, using the internet and your phone and your computer, have an immersive experience where you can
we come down on the ROV just a smidgen?
Roger.
There it is. There's the window.
More of a counter spin on that so we get that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
There it is.
Keep going.
Yep.
There's your shot. Oh, that's magnificent.
Yeah, okay, now back up.
That's magnificent.
It's not down too low there, is it?
Nope. Okay. We got that shot.
Let's
remember these series of images. Well, let me give it up to ROV. Would you like to enter full immersion mode while Atalanta is kind of steady here? Or would you like to continue and finish the photogrammetry survey of the Ford?
Dealer's choice. You got Atalanta where we have enough leash to do the front there in photogrammetry mode, but you also have some rather dramatic Atalanta lighting at the moment, so.
You have enough leash to get all the way to the front now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just do the shot. I'm set up with photogrammetry, so let's turn on all the lights, let's get that done, hose that off, and then we can come back and do fun stuff.
All right, so I'm gonna, unfortunately, I'm gonna stop us
Keep
here.
backing up on this now.
Like I said, I want us to have a lot of time for 401. Let me grab you guys the link if you would like to, first of all, let me grab you guys the Sketchfab, which is where, this fun stuff tonight. Look, we had a lot of fun stuff. Let me just drop this in the various chats. It's still the last thing I put for YouTube, so I'll leave that. But yeah, let me grab you guys a... Oh gosh, the music stopped forever ago. My bad. They've been talking so consistently that I feel like we're okay that the music stopped. Let me just turn that on while I, grab us a snack, we're hungry. Yeah, everybody go grab a snack. Here is the link to the VOD. If you want to watch the rest of this video to get that fun stuff, I will be taking a quick break in just a second. The rivalry between the Japanese Army and the Navy was that bad. Wait, did I miss something in chat? Fun fact, the Imperial Japanese Army and Imperial Japanese Navy hate each other! Oh no! So much that the Imperial Japanese Army had its own navy! Oh no! That is quite the rivalry. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna put us on a BRB screen. Let me do that and give me like 5-10 minutes. Probably longer than 5, probably shorter than 10. Give me one. I'm looking for my like actual BRB. They were formed from. Wait, what? Rick, are you for real? They were formed from rival samurai clans. Japan's wild. If Navy had supplies for the Army, they wouldn't drop them off. They would just be thrown overboard instead. Just swim out and get it. Oh my goodness. So let me switch over here. You can still hear me chat. There we go. Let me stick this in the corner. So you're probably hearing all kinds of stuff. Let me close that. We'll keep the lo-fi running. But yeah, I will... Does this loop? I need to make sure this loops right now. It does, okay. Okay, so I will BRB. Please go get some snacks. Use the restroom, do whatever you need to do. Oh no. Kaven said Pearl Harbor one is bad for them because it was the whole Navy's plan to prove they were as important as the Army, which was gaining prestige fighting in China. Oh no. That didn't go according to plan. Alright, yes, I will be RV. Everyone grab snacks, grab warm drinks. And when I come back, we will be watching the dive on the 401, which is a submersible meant to be an aircraft carrier. Yeah. BRB. Yo, alright, so I am back. Okay, let's start the second half of stream. Rules redeemed calibrate. Alright, before we get into it, everybody sit up straight. There we go. Wiggle them fingies and stretch. And stretch. Orange and Spicy, stop eating each other. Cat girl, just cat girl things. Spit Spicy out. I want to say both of you go to jail, but I know Spicy started it. Spicy, stop it. Stop trying to eat orange. Anyway. If you're sitting on your legs, stretch those out. Nobody get blood clots in your legs during the dive stream. And then stretch. And flex. And dab. Alright. Hiya, I got donuts. Nice! Excellent. I hope everybody got a good snack. Alright, so we are gonna be watching a dive on the I-401. 3 were built. I believe it was R. Lewis who said that 4th was like 90% done. It was either R. Lewis or I'm so sorry, chat. I've got like a 30-second memory. So from Wikipedia, the I-400 class submarines had 4 diesel engines and carried enough fuel to circumnavigate the world 1.5 times, measuring 122 meters, 400 feet long overall. They were more than double their American contemporaries. Yeah, I think the big one is that the conning tower was offset to allow the stowage of 3 I-201 M6A. Basically, you launch planes off this thing. So this is a big boy. This is a large lad. I don't think they built a bigger one until the 60s. Wait, let's check it out. Let me grab the link. Again, these are pre-recorded. This is not happening live, so fortunately we're just able to kind of skip around as needed. There we go. You can hear. So once again, this is these are VODs, videos on demand from Nautilus Ocean Exploration. The video feed we will be seeing will be from the remotely operated vehicle Hercules. There is a companion bot to Hercules called Atalanta. We'll probably be taking different kinds of or more detailed footage. There we go. Fun fact, some of the first modern warships commissioned by the Imperial Japanese Navy were built in Britain for the Confederate Navy. History's weird. This is like that fact that like points out there's a period of time overlapping where it's possible, like where it's We're a D&D party comprising of like a French revolutionary, a samurai, a cowboy was like possible. History's weird. But yeah. I feel like there were other things I meant to say, but I'm sure they'll come up as we watch. Thank you everyone for joining me with this, by the way.
It could have been much more toxic almost.
I know it's different than play funny video games.
It's true. Yeah.
But I really enjoy this kind of thing.
Yeah, that type of thing, definitely. I mean, you designed.
Okay, this is something that blew my mind. Briggy just pointed out that when the Great Pyramids were built, there were still mammoths in the world. Egypt is so old that, like, in the time of Cleopatra, they had, like, ancient Egyptologists in Egypt. Like, Egypt is old. Egypt's got stuff going on. Yes, the CSS Stonewall ended just as the, IJNS, I'm gonna just apologize to everyone for my pronunciation about everything in every language, including English. The CSS Stonewall ended up as IJNS Kotetsu and fought in the Meiji Restoration. Egypt be old as heck. It really does. Some of the first rifles issued to the Imperial Japanese military were surplus pattern 1853 Enfields from the U.S. Civil War, sold by the U.S. to Japan. Alright, history buffs, I get it. I get it now. This is fascinating. Yeah, okay, Kaven has the data point I was trying to think of, but like my brain is made of Play-Doh. Kaven says, during the rule of Cleopatra, the building of the pyramids were as further back in time than we are to Cleopatra. It's crazy. Egypt is old. What have you got? I got nothing. No thoughts. Head extremely empty. Tell us about how the aliens made them. No! I'm not even against the idea that aliens showed up and people were like, hey man, what's up? But being like aliens built these ancient structures severely underestimates what humans are capable of, even back then. Conspiracy theory. Aliens built the pyramids. Better conspiracy theory. Humans are capable of so much more than we give ourselves credit for. The alien creature's called skilled craftsmen. That's right, you can have a P-53 Enfield with British Confederate and Imperial Japanese markings on it. Excellent. My brain is broken. Alright, so I'm gonna turn our lo-fi down a little bit. The lo-fi we are listening to right now is... here. Better theory, Aaron's roll up the windows, lock the doors when they go past Earth. I am personally fond of humans as space orcs as a Someone came in and said hello on YouTube while I was out, but now their message is retracted and I'm worried. Hello, friend. Are you a bot or are you saying extremely questionable things? Have a link to the lo-fi playlist. Please chill out. Aliens leave their trash here after they had a picnic. No! Roadside Picnic was a horror story. Just absolute existential crisis. Yeah, there's cool stuff out there. Yeah, there's aliens. They don't care about us, though. Fun fact, an Aztec nobleman watched a fight between Japanese samurai and Spanish soldiers in 17th century. We're gonna watch the video about the submarine because chat's breaking my brain. Chat, I'm too small-brained. My brain is too small. These are... Blow out now, Stalker. I should play the Stalker games. Also, interesting thing about Stalker that I didn't know until very recently. I just assumed it was very, very, very obviously a allegory for the Chernobyl disaster and exclusion zone, but nope, it was written like before that happened. So it was just a story like many of that time period, about the wonders and horrors of technological advancement. In fairness, he was working for the Spanish. Wait, did that really happen? I thought TK was proposing a hypothetical scenario that was possible. So an Aztec nobleman really did watch a fight between Japanese samurai and Spanish soldiers in 17th century Mexico. In fairness, he was working for the Spanish. Wait. Oh, no, okay. The samurai were on a voyage to meet the Pope in Rome. This is just, this entire stream is just a D&D campaign in the making. Incredible. That is all I have to say. History is really weird. Yeah, like I think it's very common that in our heads, like certain things happen in certain time periods and they're like kind of separated, or maybe like even if you understand that things slide together, you just get stuff like that. That's like, what? Truth is stranger than fiction. Will Sleeps Not, who does DM, Will, VTuber tabletop game win. History is a DM riffing to stall for time. Yes. Don't mind me, I'm just putting my VTuber rival on the spot. It would have been possible for a samurai warrior to send a fax to Abraham Lincoln. Guys, my brain! Cowboys and samurais happen concurrently. Yeah. There's like overlap there. Honestly thinking about maybe doing a Halloween game. You should, Will. Maybe it's like not as wildly popular as it used to be, but there's still a lot of interest in tabletop. There's a shortage of experienced dungeon masters, but then dungeon mastering is complicated without even tossing streaming into it. So I 100% understand the reluctance to say heck it, we're literally doing it live. Most DMs are weak now? Are most DMs weak now, or like... I don't know, I feel like there are different styles of dungeon mastering that maybe fit different groups better. Like, I was in a group once where it was just very strict by the rules, and that was enjoyable. But I'll admit to personally enjoying more story-driven, where the GM's willing to, like, fudge the rules a little bit. If rule of cool, where they're willing to be like rule of cool if you can make an argument for it. Most DMs have been ground down by pain, suffering, and scheduling issues. Me remembering that I'm supposed to do collabs this week. I published my schedule without taking into account that I'm supposed to be doing collabs. This Tuesday might not be. Tomorrow might not be a dive stream. Tomorrow might be a collab. I need to corner Spicy. And also ask... I need to comment on Spicy and ask what the schedule is. Spicy Spikester? And Nivik. Nivik and I have been talking about a collab for months, and it's my fault. One thing after another just keeps happening. We were going to collab Helldivers 2, and then Sony showed up and smeared poop all over the walls, and now I'm probably not going to buy Helldivers 2. Same brain cell. The Spicy, the Nivik, yes. Possibly even the Will Sleeps Not, if I can get it together. By Helldivers 2? No. Wait, that's what Photoshop is for. Oh no! Alright, anyway. This, that's enough chatting. Let's get into the dive. My dropped frames are acceptable. My chats are good. Yeah, let's go.
Ships, like the hulls, to be able to kind of like
resist
and all that stuff. Yeah.
I am gonna skip us ahead a little as they descend the water column.
Especially with a submarine.
Right.
It's a big issue.
I'm gonna skip ahead even more as we descend the water column. Oh, quite a lot of this is... oh, okay, there we go. That's where... So let's go back to about there.
U.S. aircraft carrier, if the pilots are in the ready room and they enlisted, in some cases, up to 200, depending on...
Oh, there, yeah, okay, they're like there already. So again, this is pre-recorded. We do sometimes stream live ocean exploration
Bridge,
watch-alongs.
Another 10 meters at 110, please.
But this is pre-recorded. So we can just, skip ahead or pause as we need.
Thank you.
I do enjoy the dramatic reveal, though. Yeah, currently no live, expedition. Well, Falcor 2 has a live expedition going where they are collecting microorganisms, but there are no live dives, no dives happening. I believe they will start up with ROV dives later. I was gonna say later this month, but maybe not. But there will be dives with fish! There will be dives with Falcor 2 and Sebastian. And there will be dives with... there will be more Nautilus dives. There will not be Okeanos dives this year. At least none are currently planned. Fun fact, the Roman Empire and Chinese Han Dynasty had ambassadors to each other's courts. You guys are... Guys, my brain! It's too small! No, that's genuinely cool though. Like, that those two empires would exist at the same time and communicate with each other? That's wild! And I know TK's not pulling my leg, because TK's big on history. If someone else put that in chat, I would be like, alright chat, alright, whatever. But no, that's crazy. TK, please don't lie to me for giggles now, because I'll believe you. Makes me infinitely sad that Helldivers 2 was this amazing experience that was fun for so many people, but then Sunny was like, but I need people's data, and dropped a Dookie of the Century and yeah, I'm honestly a bit crushed. It's fine. They are no longer making people link accounts on Helldivers 2 specifically, but Helldivers 2 is also,
So do you have to load the photos for like this section? Just aren't in the model yet?
restricted from countries that do not have PSN, even though they previously were not. So Sony can suck a fart.
The upper lights are really getting a lot of snow.
The ancient Greeks and ancient Chinese have fought multiple wars against each other. Alexander the Great's fall. Yo, fish! Sony? More like silly. Got him. I'm so orange. I'm sorry. I should be allowed to say I'm sorry. I'll post my public apology on Twitter later.
But Not very much.
Today on stream, I Hyacinth Live said Sony
Have you
could
ever
suck a
heard
fart,
playthrough what's
and
kind
I
of,
meant it.
giving us a hard time here?
No, I'm definitely getting reprimanded for that
It's up to
one.
you.
Oh, okay, here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
You can see the vague outline. Don't forget the ukulele. Ah. TK says you can find ancient Greek-style Buddha artwork in India, also Alexander the Great's fault. Here we go. You can just barely see. You actually might not be able to see it on stream, but there's a slight gradient that's indicating we're coming up on something. Which, horrifying, thank you. Oh, it's coming out of the darkness.
Okay, I'll come along at about 165. Bridge, nav, 20 meters at 160, please.
So again, Herc is connected to the ship, and they are coordinating ship movements
Some of that.
with Hercules.
Reduce the backscatter.
Awesome, thank you.
When suddenly a pair of
Copy,
eyes, and then
thank you.
terrible. Also, Will, how you holding up? Will has thalassophobia. So I respect that he comes to my dive streams.
I'm just gonna have a hard time helping you with the spotting anything. If, I don't know.
You know what? I might be a stinky liar. We might not be coming up on something.
Pretty heavy backscatter here.
It could just be,
Water clarity.
like, yeah, the water being weird. Honestly, my mentally falling asleep into the ocean sleep practice has really been helping me with it. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, there it is. I looked at chat and it like came into focus. Whoa. Scale is really hard to tell on these dives sometimes, but I feel like you can already tell it's bigger than the other one. It was getting eaten by bitrate. Yeah, let me.
Is allowing us to come in at just the right angle to start our photogrammetry imaging.
Is Jonathan on this one?
I'm prepared.
Jonathan is prepared.
We never doubted that.
Just some observations, you know, for photogrammetry and doing this style of work, the water clarity is obviously important. It's one of the main challenges to doing any photogrammetry underwater is that we're bringing our own light with us. In this instance where the lights are so close to the cameras, which is something you just have to do on an ROV.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Hard to believe they fake this, just like the moon landing. See, but just like the moon landing, where Kubrick was so insistent they film it on location, Jonathan was insistent that they film this on location. Jonathan is just that committed.
That's in the water.
Scale notwithstanding, I-401 is big, yes.
Out the image. For a process like photogrammetry, which is relying on a computer algorithm to find high contrast points and measure the distance and how much those points change between different photos. Having a bunch of high contrast points like marine snow is quite disastrous to the
So that presents quite a challenge for you as we try to work then off of the amount of marine snow that we have, and then
yeah, there's a lot of marine snow here.
Hercules and at Atlanta. We try to balance that out, turn some of those lights on and off to get the perfect view.
That's exactly it, yeah. That's correct.
Oh? Spencer says I'm away from home at the moment. My brother sends me a picture of my neighbor's cat sleeping on my doormat. Your cat misses you.
Copy that.
Hans, I'm not sure if you're on. I'm curious what camera they used during the 2009 expedition off of, was that the Pisces as well? Just right now viewing the image, Hans shared an image of the Mark 27, presumed Mark 27 torpedo that we saw yesterday from the 2009 expedition.
Bridge, nav, another 20 meters at 165, please. Bridge nav, can you do 165? Thank you.
Yeah, so again, just
Thanks.
asking the ship to
Hans,
move.
do we have you back online?
Astronaut John Glenn, Korean War wingman, is the Baseball Hall of Fame. John
Lost a
Glenn.
connection there.
Okay.
They're working on it.
I'll ask him later.
Is in the Baseball Hall of Fame. John Glenn was a Marine Corps fighter pilot in World War II and Korea, and his wingman was Boston Red Sox legend Ted Williams, who also served in World War II. Ah! So once again, it looks like we're kind of coming up on... Sorry, I'm distracted by the comb jelly. Like, look at it. I think it's a comb jelly. It's a little... That actually might not be.
That V-Link connection's been quite challenging today.
Fish! Maybe. The I-400 subs were just a few meters longer than a Fletcher-class destroyer. What? So big. They were big.
Be back up now, so
I think Wikipedia said like 400 feet or like 122 meters.
Yeah, Hans, check in with us if you can.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go. Sharpening up again. Jeez, it's huge. There we go. Bitrate settling out. I'm gonna turn down the background music just a little more. Okay, that should be just enough to provide just the tiniest amount of background noise. As an MLB player, he was exempt from military service, but like a decent member of players, he chose to put his career on hold to answer his country's call for service. Oh gosh, it looks like the hull is ruptured there. Oh, yep. Oh, it's kind of spooky. It's a little spooky. Is that a siphonophore? Yes, something about large structures underwater. Okay, that was a comb jelly. Okay. You want to play Gen 0 for the collab. Still killing robots, not just giant bugs. Maybe.
Bridge nav, another 20 meters at 165, please. Copy, thank you.
I need to play Gen 0 to do a giveaway for the
Bob,
codes.
have you seen anything of concern yet? I mean, what do you think?
Robert, Jason's talking to you on SBL.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
I forget that it opens in there.
Bob, you see anything that was concerning or?
Nope.
I'll check that later,
So far,
Shark Punch.
It's all looking good.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Immersion broken. Yeah, apparently Sonar Shock is a haunted submarine game. Wow. Yeah, just like look at the scale of this. Oh, Cookie. Ludnako, yeah. Yeah, thank you for Cookie. I shoved it in my face. Fletchers were 20 to 30 feet longer than the preceding class of
I had a
US
good question come
destroyers.
in. Is there anyone on the team that this is the first submarine that they've explored for sure? Mine. I've just been so incredibly impressed with learning about the technology that was already on board and
Yeah.
what the Japanese had created. It's just been fascinating to learn about. So I've had the privilege of being in a submarine before, and now seeing one from this angle, it's just a wonderful opportunity.
What?
I'm a little bit tempted to jump ahead. As fascinating and as unsettling as this
Just getting
footage
some
is.
information in regards to the size of this vessel or the submarine, 400 feet long, 3 seaplanes that were carried on the submarine, each of them able to do a radius of 34,000 miles. This sub was able to stay 120 days out at sea. And I think the thing that's really blown my mind is knowing that there's 4 2,250 horsepower engines, diesel engines on board, and just the power that is associated with that.
Yeah.
Incredible. And had enough fuel on board that they could circumnavigate the globe 1.5 times. It's massive.
So we did the reference, and this is like 2 Nautilus, the length of 2 Nautiluses, right? So the ship that we're on with all this capability, and there's what, 50 of us on here bumping into each other, and
oh, that's the one thing I haven't looked yet. Did we see how much of a crew it could hold?
That's a good question. See if I have that at my fingertips.
Bridge now, 30
so
meters.
I'm gonna skip us ahead a little bit. Wait, Neko and yeah, hello, and Hachi Viper, hello. Nekonya says, I hope it doesn't implode. Bad news about the submarine. Bad news about that. It's sunk. It is scuttled though. We're not diving a grave site. This was deliberately scuttled after the war. World War II era submarine. And the video we're getting is from a remotely operated vehicle called Hercules, which is tethered to a ship called the Nautilus. Apparently the submarine is double the size of the Nautilus, which is crazy. Fun fact, the Soviet Typhoon class is the largest submarine ever at 175 meters. Oh, okay, my brain was like, wait, meters, feet, yeah, that's... Oh gosh. But yeah, they've been kind of moving around it. Getting the ship in the correct position. I am gonna skip us forward a bit. Yeah, it looks like right about there is when we start getting better footage. Fun fact, one of the Russian subclass have an onboard sauna. Is that a simpler solution than like having showers, or is it like a bonus, an added thing? YouTube hates me. Come on, YouTube. So while we do watch some
ship that we're on with all this capability, and there's what, 50 of us on I'm here bumping into each other. And
Oh, that's the one thing I haven't looked yet. Did we see how much of a crew it could hold?
Okay, so we want to go like there.
Kind
There we
of
go.
off to the side, though.
Yeah, can we just, can we turn off all lights on Herc? Let's see if we can get rid of some of the backscatter and maybe do the photogrammetry just with Atalanta.
We're at 10 right now. Do you want me to stop here or go lower still?
Scary.
What's the orientation of the lighting? Is the lighting hitting the sub?
Yeah.
Turn on all the lights on Atalanta.
There we go.
There we go.
So they're trying to get really
All right.
good video
You wanna
quality,
have it
but there's a
off to
lot
the
of
side some?
marine
I do.
snow kind of
Yes.
reflecting light.
Yeah, so can we... Yeah, over here. So the lights are shining ahead of us.
.5 meters at 130. Bridge nav. Can we move 5 meters at 130?
Devin, I haven't forgot about your question. I'll find a...
Oh,
No, that's okay.
it looks like
According to that article,
Just 5 meters, please.
they
Orange
sent all
asked,
3
does Finland have any
airplanes
submarines?
Copy, thank you.
to avoid the capture. So I was just kind of curious about how we would have gotten
7
a hold
subs
of one of them
between-
if all 3 of them had been.
Yeah, so all of them were destroyed not to fall into American hands, except one that was still at the factory that remained, and that's the one
Oh,
that
they
was...
got it from the factory. Okay.
Can you turn on, let's try just, what's
Literally
just
got it from
downlights
the
do for
factory.
us with the cameras that far out?
Between 1918, 7 subs
Wonder if we
between
can kind of get
1918 and
ahead of the
1953.
backscatter. Nope.
Oh.
Just forwards?
Uppers or mids?
Yeah, uppers. All right.
There we
and,
go. Flashbang those deep sea fish.
And can you beam down towards the bow of the submarine? I'm assuming it's the bow.
Beam down?
Yeah. Can you just turn to the left? 45 degrees. Let's see how far down we can see.
It's not the bow, but it's where the front end where it broke off. Yeah.
Oh. Well, just turn left.
just turn left.
Is that north?
And you want me to scoot over to the front
I
end?
want you to rotate to the port. I'm trying to see how far down we can see down the sub.
We once
okay.
again resume.
Gotcha.
Just getting oriented, you know.
The ROV pilot and Jonathan butting heads.
Oh. Is this as high as the sub is? Do we have an idea of what we're looking at right now?
We're on the just forward of the conning tower.
Yeah, this is the hull.
Where it's broken off.
Height of the hull.
So the conning tower is like, you might be able to see it in the distance here.
Nope.
No. It's over there.
All right.
If you look at one of the navigation screens, you can see it. It's the red portion.
And it's, is this kind of smushed? Is this wreck?
Yeah, it's tilted over slightly, I guess. You know.
Okay,
It's
well.
laying on its
Sorry,
port
I'm being
side
bad. I'm making sure
somewhat,
that my
but
that, like
fairly
things are
upright.
okay. Yeah.
It is pretty smushed up.
Oh, Avatar on Twitch. Hello.
Okay, so let's just, okay, decision. Let's, maintaining this standoff distance, I'm gonna put this, camera here on full screen. What I'm looking at, this is out of the port side camera zoomed in. We want to be at a perfect 90-degree standoff of about like maybe 1.5 meters, kind of getting as close as we can, while still being able to see a foot or so of sand. Okay.
Yeah.
Bob, I'm
Right.
framing up on the
Yeah.
triclops, please.
Right.
But essentially, we're just trying to get as close as we possibly can to do a full sweep of the lower section of whatever piece of the keel, I guess, this
Yeah.
must be. And then we'll just reassess once we're down. Is that okay?
Do you want Atalanta in front, lighting the?
Yeah, and Atalanta's kind of got to troll along here.
So the
We're just really struggling with the marine snow. So Essentially, we're using Atalanta as the primary lighting platform. We're supplementing that with just the little bit of forward uppers that we have here without trying to blast ourselves too much with the marine snow.
Pausing briefly, the person speaking is named Jonathan. He is in charge of getting high quality photography and 3D scans of this vehicle. I also wanted to pause because chat's talking about cool stuff. Over on Twitch, Finland also had two. Wait, Brick Muppet says they are forbidden from. Finland is forbidden from having subs by treaty, but their few subs did pretty well in World War II. TK adds Finland also had two coastal defense ships known as coastal battleships, cruiser-sized ships with battleship guns and armor between 1930 and 1953. Avatar, hello? Wow. Welcome to chat. Oh, Bear of Peas, yes, hello. So a lot of the time when we're watching ROVs, we're getting the video feed from the ROV, but on Nautilus, Hercules has Atalanta, and Atalanta is pretty much always present, but Atalanta is important here because it has special cameras attached, specifically, I think, for this mission, to get 3D scans of the submersible, the wrecked sub, and then D2 from Okeanos has Sirius. I'm not sure if Sebastian has a companion bot. But if we had caught this live, we would be able to tab between different video feeds and see Atalanta's feed that would include Hercules, like we would see Hercules. So it's really cool. Unfortunately, because this is just a VOD, we can't do that. But yeah, yes, there are, to answer the question, yes, there are two ROVs. The person giving directions for the video is Jonathan. It sounds like our ROV operator is named Bob. Unfortunately, because this is a VOD and I'm not completely familiar with this expedition, I don't know the names of everyone involved. Let me get the Sketchfab link again. But yeah, Bear of Peas, this is a really cool... This is a really cool wreck. This is the I-401, which is a gigantic submarine, World War II era Japanese submarine. Yeah, one of them is Hans. I don't know what Hans does. I think he's I think he's an academic expert. Brady, thank you for coming in. I'm so sorry that I mean, you know where these are. But yeah, here's the Sketchfab. For the scans. Alright, I will stop being a little goblin and pausing the video all the time, and we'll watch. I might skip ahead though.
Sound like a plan, Stan?
We'll see.
All right. That's all we can do. That's all we can ask
And
for.
is Triclops going out, Pete? That's sat feed 3, is
Yes.
that right? Okay.
Yep, it's Triclops.
Triclops being the camera setup that is on Atalanta, I believe.
Okay, Robert, I'm gonna start that chip move at 350.
Robert, his name is Robert. Someone called him Bob, and I'm like, is that his preferred?
Bridge
I think that's good.
30
yeah.
Yeah, that's really sharp.
350, please.
And I'm recording 213.
Get the... Come on.
Yep.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's
So that looks like the inner pressure hull. It's a double hull, right? So it's the inner hull and outer hull we're seeing there with the ribs in between.
Yeah, it must be. Okay, I'm on my way.
On your way.
Let's do this.
Hey,
Slow and
You got
steady.
it happening?
Yep,
Ship
I got it
move is
happening.
in.
You.
Atalanta will start moving in a second.
His name is Robert Paulson, yes.
You know, while we're waiting for the ship move like this, can you kind of go up and down and up
So you
and down?
can see a little
like,
more rust on this
maybe?
one.
Just to basically,
kinda-
can we just paint the hull with light?
Yeah, I don't want to kick up a lot of dirt. No.
Well, yeah, that's true. Can't get much worse. Like, we have the, we at least have the.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of time very carefully
We have the current going for us, and that's not bad.
getting the camera set up because
Do you
of
want
the
all my lights on
Marines,
on
the
Atalanta,
crab.
or
Yeah,
just the way it is?
every light,
Crab.
every light available on Atalanta.
Okay.
Yeah, this is perfect, Robert. Let's just take every available second as the ship is slowly moving to paint the hull with as much light as we can on this side.
We're buttering the pancake.
Okay.
And this is a perfect pace. We're gonna kind of spirograph our way down the hull essentially,
actually
going
might
like
not be a
that,
crab.
with lots of overlap.
Is that a squat lobster? There's some kind of crustacean.
How high do we want to go?
As high as you can.
As high as I can.
Yeah, I want to take advantage of every second of the ship move here.
Oh gosh!
Up and down spirograph.
I didn't understand how we were oriented.
Photographs
Is
can
this?
go in all kinds of directions.
Oh, exactly. This is your. Oh wow, this is going to be a real challenge to us. Look how deep it goes.
Yeah, I'm still a little confused on what's in the background.
Oh, there's one of the guns.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's here. This.
No, Nautilus, this is Hans. This is a very wide design, essentially two parallel inner pressure hulls side by side. And so we're looking at the place where some of the hangar would have been that's been ripped off the deck forward of the conning tower at the main break, when the bow is, of course, missing and is a distance away. But the conning tower is not midship center line. It's to the side, and this huge watertight hangar was attached to the main deck.
Yep.
And the door was forward to the conning tower, and that's all gone. That's all in the vicinity. So this is quite a bit of damage to the deck, but it is very wide.
Robert, yeah, you have to go back down and keep painting.
Thanks, Hans. That was great.
Thank you,
Yeah, excellent perspective, Hans. We no idea what else really. It's hard to imagine the double pressure hull.
The width of this is
Yes.
just
Bear of Keys. This was a submersible that had
impressive.
three.
Very large.
Three.
Yeah, I imagine we were pretty surprised when we first saw them in 1945.
Sure.
It had planes.
So did people live
It had planes on
inside
it. It launched planes.
Isolated pressure hull? How did that actually work?
Well, they weren't isolated. They were sort of joined in a kind of a figure eight configuration. So it was one interior space, but it was not cylindrical. It was a kind of two cylinders smushed side by side, which is why it was so wide.
Are there any similar designs now that are employed with a double pressure hull design?
I think in some notes there's reference made to a much later Typhoon-class Russian submarine that is also very wide. But I don't know if this was the origin to that. I don't think ours are made that way. I think we're still kind of a single cylinder.
Sorry.
It's his.
Again, even noting that back then this was very costly for them to develop, so I can only imagine something similar at cost today.
Right, costly to develop it, very late, a little too little, a little too late to really make any difference, but remarkable.
Okay, so we are not keeping up with the Joneses here.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Full beans.
Full beans.
Again, you can't actually move fast enough for.
Okay, you were saying you like the speed though, so that was.
Oh, well, that's because I'm playing some Chopin in my head right now. But you can move faster.
Okay. Well, I think we need to.
All right, do it. Oh yeah, you're way behind, man.
Yeah.
Dance.
Dancing.
Ah, sponge? That cylinder, that white kind of cylindrical thing is a sponge?
I think we just concentrate on really painting this side hull and we go up, yeah.
Okay, see, we're gonna have to get the conning tower in a different pass,
yeah, definitely,
right?
definitely. Okay. So just like that, going up and down.
Yeah, okay.
Just give me just a little peek at all that structure and then come on down.
Yeah, okay.
Look at that implosion on this side.
Is that enough peak?
Yeah, that's enough peak. That's good peak. And I just need about a foot or so of sand on the base.
Okay.
Brick
Don't want
Muppet
to kick
says,
up the dirt too much.
Yeah.
The Dutch and Russians are the only navies besides Japan who have built subs with multiple pressure hulls.
That's good enough. Thank you. Hans, are we looking at a like a small implosion
Look at the
spot there?
little frogfish.
I don't know if it's implosion. I mean, I think the practice was to open up all the interior compartments if they're going to dispose of subs, and in several others we didn't see implosion evidence. But certainly, when this thing hits the bottom, it stresses portions of the hull, and the outer hull plates flex and are weakened. And with age and deterioration, we see outer hull plates just continuing to flex a little bit, create that orange active corrosion product that we saw in places. Anytime you see that bright orange color, that's active corrosion, ferrous oxyhydroxide.
Okay.
Rust never sleeps. I'm a big Neil Young fan. Yeah, I don't know. Possibly implosion if there were sealed spaces that couldn't be opened like that, and this thing goes way beyond its crush depth, which it did, then there would be exactly that kind of implosion evidence in sections.
Orange says with
What
how big
was
Russian
the submarine's
subs are.
maximum depth? Or published, at least?
The published maximum
330 feet.
Oh, wow.
The double hull should be obvious, but the Dutch, why?
So looking at the rate of deterioration, this is 77 years that this has been under. It's
remarkable.
Quite impressive that it's still completely recognizable and not overgrown at all in organic matter.
That's because the Dutch need as many layers as possible between themselves and the ocean.
Yeah, a lot less of the corals than we saw on the 201.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Compared to the 201, there's really not as many coral. Like, there's some. I would have thought that all the little nooks and crannies would be perfect for things to start to grow, but maybe that's not the case.
I feel like we did a good job yesterday on the 201, but this is so much bigger, and there's so much more here that I don't know if we're gonna give it its due respect, you know?
I was going to say, you think 5 hours is going to be enough.
I know, it's not.
Yeah.
It's definitely not. I mean, here we've only got 3 hours left, and we're
3 hours?
Well, we got to be up by 2 to keep the machine in motion.
That's gotta be super stressful. Here's an incredibly important dive. Here are your objectives. You've got 3 hours to go.
Greasing, you know?
This is a...
That's remarkable.
And that's the ROV guy asking that question.
I know.
That is the ROV guy asking that
Who am I going to argue the point with that we need to do this? It's like...
Well,
I'm
I
not
think
the
those
guy
are my
that-
favorite Jackson fibers.
I don't make those kind of decisions, though.
Fair.
Leaks? I've had quite
I'll
enough
ask
of
that
leaks.
question.
Evil Hatsune Miku be like...
To OET proper.
Yeah, definitely something that's hard to appreciate is the sheer scale of this until you actually see it.
Right.
Yeah.
We've already been here doing this, and we're only a third of the way down half of the submarine, right? Because the this entire stern section. Is this? Are we heading to the bow or the stern?
The stern.
Oh, we're heading to the stern. Again, the bow is missing.
Yeah, it's a separate piece.
Spicy, no.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hans, a better remark on the dig-outing cables. Those are my favorite cables. We see them all the time. Those series of electrical cables stapled to the side of the hull there and running fore and aft.
That's for the mines.
So
yeah, they used to charge them and reduce the magnetic signature of the vessels during war.
Is that a thing that there's detection for? Are you just employee of Lorenziniing ships like a shark? What?
Do you think the Navy thought that this kind of imagery would be available 70-some years later?
Not at all.
To see the results of their testing?
Well, I know, I wonder if at the time they thought they were just discarding of, trash, and they discarded it so deep that no one would ever be able to recover or even visit it,
As Chad has theorized,
here we are,
it was instead discarded to keep it out of rival military hands. There's stuff you do in order to avoid there's stuff you do in order to avoid setting off magnetic mines. That makes more sense.
That's the gun?
Yeah, that does.
Horrifying. Thank you, Avatar.
Is that a gun there?
That looks like a gun.
Yep.
I'll get you the specifics.
I wonder how much it would cost to buy a Typhoon-class sub from Russia. Pepsi would know. Typhoon-class submarine for sale. So wait, guys, hold on, there's a website called Submarines. Wait, no, okay, hold on, wait, alright. Don't look at my cringe YouTube recommendations. Here we go. We want the villain. How many cases of Pepsi can I trade? Okay, you have to inquire. They won't or Orange, would you like to buy the Foxtrot class submarine we have available for sale? Was decommissioned by the Soviet Navy in 1993. Initially intended for museum display, it's proudly served with the Soviet Baltic Fleet during the Cold War era before being repurposed as a trading vessel. Oh my gosh! 2 million, no problem. Yeah, guys, field trip. Okay, wait. We can buy our own, guys. We can buy our own ROV. We can buy our own ROV. Oh my gosh, this boy's not even like that expensive for an ROV. Look at this lad. Please let this be a normal field trip. Okay, guys, The W Submarine Mk3 presents with a remarkable opportunity for those looking to enter and expand in the tourist submarine industry. Third generation submarine renowned for its technology and design tailored for tourist attractions. Amazing. 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 Okay, I'll stop. Going on a field trip guided by the friendly. Question mark, mad AI? Yes! Don't worry about it, it's normal. There you go, Orange. You can buy the decommissioned Foxtrot class submarine. Okay. Let me put this back over. Give me that. Ah! Wonderful. Afterlife Fireman, hello! Mungo, welcome, welcome! Welcome to Highest Privateer Split! Alright, time to make Mother Base real.
Are we doing okay?
Doing great.
Doing
Yeah,
great.
this is awesome. I was just discussing back here with Bob, and until told otherwise in terms of the timing of this, kind of looking at our pace, I'm kind of envisioning we do this, we go forward and back, or we're going, I'm sorry, to the stern where the screws will be, right?
Yep.
While Atalanta's down at the stern, let's do the same thing and cover the entire width of the stern of this vessel.
Thank you for the
With
hearts on YouTube, by the way.
kind of wiggling around within the confines of your tether.
It's supposed to be heart hands, sorry.
And then I want to do a photogrammetry back to the bow. We're going to kind of wiggle our way back to the bow like that.
Up the other side?
Nope,
Yeah.
nope, nope.
Oh, on
right,
this side.
right here. Yeah, I really want to concentrate on getting at least one side of this double hull pressure hull design well instead. So we'll go back to the bow, or what remains of the bow. Sorry, you know what I mean. That side of the sub. Within the confines of the tether, we'll really comprehensively get the wreckage of the broken off section. And then finally, we'll do another pass towards the screws where we do comprehensive coverage of the deck guns and conning tower.
That's too much information at once.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm also saying it to me.
Yeah, you're thinking it through.
Yeah.
So
and then we'll worry about immersive filmmaking once we're back.
They have a limited amount of time to get all of this scanned.
Okay, so
they are scanning it to make a 3D model.
We're gonna
And also just kind of documenting.
To get, full coverage of the stern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, big yawn. I'm so sorry. Ah.
Wow, that is quite some damage. I wonder if that, this whole stern section flexed on impact, or if that was also maybe implosion damage with the sealed chamber back there.
Wow.
Keep backing up, Robert, to make sure you get all of the screw and some sand around the screw.
Yeah, Roger.
Can you wiggle a lateral to the right too and get the other facets and the angles of that screw?
That's so shiny.
A little half moon arc.
Oh my gosh, that's still so shiny.
Angles. Look how bright that metal still is.
It
almost looks like
is.
stainless.
Probably was.
Fun fact, oldest naval vessel still in active military service was built in 1861. by Britain for Peruvian Navy.
Pokey heading in here.
It was a river gunboat since 1993. It's a hospital ship. Oh, from 1861 to 1993, it was a river gunboat. Since 1993, it's a hospital
Yeah, just
ship.
a little bit more, just since we have some tether room. That's good.
Okay. We probably got that other bit of it anyway.
Yeah, we did. There you go.
Okay.
So yeah, let's now let's start just painting light along the entire stern.
All right.
And
thought
then
the USS
if you're
Constitution
willing to
is
let Argus go
technically in
down
active service?
more, that would be really helpful for the light.
Took me a minute, but that was a 5.7-inch deck gun.
Can you
Single barrel
see what
deck
the
gun.
tether's doing? I wasn't been paying attention, so.
I think we're all right.
401 also had
get closer, Robert.
Triple
Closer.
anti-aircraft guns, which we have not seen yet.
Wow. Can we get lasers on briefly, please?
Lasers will be 10 centimeters apart. Roughly
There you
4
go.
inch. This thing is huge.
That puts things into
Kristen, can you
Yeah, it does.
mark lasers on? Real quick, thank you.
So those lasers are roughly 4 inches apart. They're
For anyone
10
watching,
centimeters
these lasers are
apart.
10 centimeters apart, and we'll use this couple of frames to orient the size of the model that we produce. You can turn lasers off too, thank you.
Do you want me to?
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
Yep. Yep.
This thing is huge.
Has a metal holding up really well. It says we're being told that these props were manganese bronze.
Manganese bronze.
Yeah.
Wow.
Still shiny.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta get the upper part of this.
Yeah.
Looks like a whale.
It kind of does.
It's beautiful.
Kristen, it does look like different coral species, huh?
Yeah, it definitely does. Just a few different types, though. Not
Yeah.
too many. And yeah, it's pretty sparsely populated for the most part.
Compared
Robert,
to
do you
the
have
other
enough,
sub, yeah.
tether to peek around the other side of this weird metal?
No, there's this bow plane or whatever it is, or stern plane.
Yeah, roger.
Structure. It's kind of in the way.
Do you want me to move Atalanta more astern?
We're gonna come around the other side, so. I think we're gonna. You can just go over the top of it.
Yep, that's good enough. Can you go forward, though? Kind of get closer to the pokey outy metal bit.
To the pokey outy metal. The technical term.
Maybe.
Bridge nav, 15 meters at 080, please.
Okay, that's good enough. Let's paint light around the other end.
Okay. All right, going around the stern here.
Copy.
Aren't those the stern guards to protect the dive planes and props when you're near the wharf or pier?
Spicy is free from work.
Makes
Fairly
perfect sense.
familiar.
Yeah.
Going up a bit so you can pass me comfortably with the tether, and then I'll come back down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look how
Sounds
big the
good.
prop is compared to the body. I mean, that is a massive prop when you pull back like this.
It really is.
Okay, we're gonna have to get our lights situated here.
Yep.
Fun fact, the Russian Navy has a ship in the fleet that has been active since 1913.
Yep, the ship is moving. Ada will be there in just a little bit.
That's a nice image, though.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. It's just extraordinary with the light of Atalanta also.
Yeah.
Just experimentally, since we're waiting for Atalanta, can you turn off all lights on Herc, please?
Oh.
Okay.
Dramatic shot.
Yeah, that's it.
Dramatic
right there.
shot.
Oh wow.
So let's not get too. Yeah, let's just continue with photogrammetry. It's very pretty, but we're. Stay on target, Jonathan. And one can see out on sat feed 2 and 3. This is just a preview of what we'll look at a little later, but we're gonna complete the mission, right?
Yes.
Commandant.
Great.
And then we'll continue. Lights on.
One thing at a time.
Lights on?
Yeah, blow out this image. Don't show me what could be.
That was uppers.
Don't show me
Yeah,
what
with
could
lights,
be.
That's correct.
Just blow the image out.
Now we're gonna paint light on the way back up.
On the way.
Wait,
on the way back
on
up on the other side.
That's correct. Yeah, but Bob does want. Dr.
it
Ballard does want to see the blade sticking out there. Oh yeah, that's it. It's buried. Yeah.
Orange is known to be filled
we're
with
gonna go
guilt.
back, following the same line, the same side of the hull. What is that? The starboard.
Ah.
But we're gonna basically fly over the top of the submarine on that side.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
what is
So you
that?
want to be lined up on it like
Yep,
this?
lined up like that on that, but a little bit more biased to the starboard. No, yeah, we got that. Yeah.
There.
They win.
There's like a
When?
weird
And then lower too.
jellyfish thing.
Yeah. Okay.
When and more dangerous, if that's what
Yeah.
yeah, right.
I want low danger. Ooh, I saw a
High danger.
medium.
Bridge nav.
Can you-
20 at 230.
Can you
please.
try extending out the cameras again, all the way until they kind of flop forward a little bit?
So the floppy part?
Yeah.
Floppy part.
Yeah, we'll do that when we do immersive filming.
That like that? It's all the way
Yeah,
out.
there you go. Do that.
Okay.
Just gentle.
Don't run them into the
Don't-
sub.
No bonks, please.
Yeah, do not
No
bonk
bounce.
the incredibly
yeah.
delicate
Bonk.
Can we
cameras.
put the
No bonks.
can we put the Triclops cam on the upper right?
Copy that.
See, I thought Triclops
Just now
was
with
on
the-
Atalanta, but maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe Triclops is the what we're looking at right now.
All right. What do you want to do about this bit? You want to go around it or over it?
Over. Well, actually, around. Please maintain a steady offset of like 1 meter or whatever from the actual hull, and wiggle around any obstructions.
Okay.
Yesterday, Dan got a little too high in one of the sections, and
He lost track.
but yeah.
Oh no.
He's probably looking at a jellyfish or something. Ooh, shiny.
Oh, there's more of the coral.
All right. This
This
is a little,
really
a
is
little
incredible,
tricky
though.
right here.
I believe in you.
Yeah, so I think
that was
they
back to
want
what I
to
was
peek
saying,
that
if anybody can
that
do it,
corner.
Robert can.
Robert can do it.
Yeah.
Nautilus, this is Hans. It looks like they're using the red marks to do some measurements.
Oh
in
yeah,
their
the red
assessments
marks on the
in Pearl
sub, like
Harbor again.
on the
Seeing some of those
201.
red marks maybe.
I saw it on the stern there too, and we saw it yesterday on the 201.
Right.
How are we doing with that? Atalanta's got to catch up a bit.
Yeah.
Can you face the other way since we're waiting for Atalanta catch up?
Yeah.
Order. Gonna go send bottom.
So for the viewer asking how difficult is it to keep the currents from pushing the ROVs into the sub, have you had any difficulties, Robert, feeling?
Fortunately, there's little to no current right now.
And then we've got at Atlanta that really takes the balance of most of that to help keep us
your back shot
stable.
of that plate.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Can you pirouette around the plate without entanglement?
Like over the top?
Yeah.
That's kind of, I'm not going to know what's happening back there.
All right, no worries.
Yeah.
More of those markings.
Yeah.
At 12 o'clock.
Oh yeah, directly in front, there's a red mark.
Good enough.
Yeah. I mean, I can sort of see back there. I can try. We can go a little bit.
I'm just maximizing time while we're waiting for Atlanta to get chunking. Yeah, there you go.
Is that enough?
Yeah, get closer.
Oh my God.
Yeah, get closer, get closer.
Gotta let those colors pop. You can also see, Robert, I adjusted so you see the top-down camera. So the camera from the bumper bar is now showing the downward angle, so you can see the two pieces of jewelry there.
Okay, is that, you get enough?
Yeah.
All right,
go.
Are they indicating
bridge nav 20 at 170, please?
Can you try turning downs for me?
Downs.
I know I'm not gonna like it, but I can't help myself.
You're gonna hate that.
Of course I am, but that's terrible.
Copy. Thank you.
Why don't put that on there? How about mids?
You just got too much backscatter.
That shows what we're doing. It shows what we're doing.
It does demonstrate how difficult it is to get good lighting.
You want them or no? Yay or nay?
Huh? I'm sorry?
You want those lights or no?
No, it's terrible. No, thank you.
Two of you were asking over 2,700 feet at 836 meters. Scuba diving is not going to be possible.
Oh yeah, no,
for you to
you're
view
not
this.
scuba diving
Our
down
best
here.
heights are the ROVs
No.
that keep people out of the water and allow us to stay down for an extended period of time to get all this imaging. And yes, we do know this particular submarine was sunk by the U.S. Navy after it had been surrendered.
Maybe some people just want to be dive, no tank, let's go.
And that was back in 1946.
Nivik's just gonna free dive it.
Got a lot of shadow here.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm kind of tempted to skip us ahead just a little bit.
Which one? No, can't send out fisheye.
Let me at least
you want to
peek
wait
ahead.
for Atlanta?
Because we're doing a lot of waiting for things
Can you wiggle back and forth? And
Actually, no. There's gonna be a really good shot in just a minute, and then we'll skip ahead. Blah. Where do we?
And maybe to the other. Yeah, there you go. Let's just use the. It's forwards only right now.
This is yeah, the uppers.
All right. Yeah, maybe paint the other side.
We have
too.
the manip sticking out there too. If you want to try the port and starboard light.
Yeah, let's try that.
There it is. Any better?
Can you wiggle? Can you extend it more?
I'd rather not.
Okay. Can you turn it off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. Turn it on. Keep it on.
On.
All right. Might as well add backscatter to that side. Wiggle around to the other side, please.
Which other side?
The port side of the submarine.
Oh, you want to go? So you want me to go over to the top?
Yeah, over the top while we have the time.
Wow.
The ship is on the move. Atalanta's being a little jumpy, but it should start moving south soon.
Promises, promises. Everything's going slow.
So I'm being told that since this had 2 side-by-side pressure holes, they needed 2 torpedoes to actually fulfill the
This thing really
mission,
is huge.
Wow.
Bridge nav, 30
let me calibrate
meters
myself
at
real quick.
165, please.
Nautilus, this is Shore. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Roger.
Copy, thanks.
Closer,
Yeah, it's difficult.
please.
Hello?
Yeah, I didn't want to run into the guard that's sticking out. I just wanted to see that.
It's difficult to tell scale. It's only really registering how big it is because we watched a dive on a smaller
Is that good enough down?
sub
Yeah.
previously, so the contrast.
Atalanta's coming ahead of you a little now.
Yeah. I think we're just doing a quickie over here.
Yeah.
Copy. You'll have time to catch up.
Oh.
That much I know.
All right, you good over here?
I'm good. Doing great.
All right, coming back over.
Okay, I am gonna skip us ahead a little. During World War II in the mid-40s, we were able to pump out one in approximately 120 days. We had dozens being built at a time. The record is 1 in 57 days, which is insane.
Yeah, I did light.
When you look at this. This is actually a...
Yeah, Nautilus, this is Hans. I think
pardon.
we might be in the area now where the hangar was ripped out of there. So we've moved forward towards the conning tower, but that hangar was some 150 feet long.
Wow.
This is the Japanese
gone.
submersible, the I-401.
Hans, remember when we went up to I-400 and we were looking at the same kind of an area? These things just seem to have torn out. It may be because they had...
So this thing had 3 seaplanes on
that
it.
must have helped pull these things free with the explosion.
Possibly.
Yeah, makes sense.
This one was deliberately scuttled after the war ended. After the war ended. I think the others, there were like...
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, our dives on the I-401, the hangar, which is separate from the main wreck, is kind of nose down, door down, and the door is still attached, closed. But Jim, if you remember the I-400 hangar, that was also separated from the main hull, and the door was broken off and elsewhere as well.
Yeah. No, and it's such a massive structure.
Nivik, that's one of the ones we're looking at now. It's crazy.
All right, Robert.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going.
I feel like you got to be closer, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get closer. I always want to
There's
get
this
closer.
piece sticking out. I didn't want to run into that.
Oh man, what monkfish. A little monkfish. That bro's gotta be so confused. What the fish doing? Getting flashbang.
Wow.
It's amazing to think of. We know how quickly they worked at building these, to get them out, to see the structural integrity that this has, to be still intact as it is after all it's gone through and built so quickly. It's incredible.
Okay, I'm gonna go back over to the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want the
We're not
conning
getting-
tower
I mean,
between us.
look here, and you can see the inner hull with the
Yeah.
outer hull outside. There's the pressure hull,
Yep.
and that's the most rugged structure, because what we've got here is a hull that was built to take up to 100 meters of pressure.
Wow.
And to be there and to keep the crew safe and functional.
Hey Robert, with this
to the
angle, can
fish,
you go
this
back
has
down
probably
towards the
been there
stern just a
for-
little bit? I'm worried we missed some spots of this upper pressure hull.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get full coverage doing it like this, but
No, but it'll
I
be.
mean on this other side.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back to the other side as
Uh,
planned.
To the fish,
Wait,
this has probably
so
been
you
there
wanna-
for many generations.
No, not this side. Sorry. Yeah, just lateral to the right.
To them, it
and
may
then
as well
let's
be a
go.
wrecked
Let's
alien
resume
ship.
our planned track.
Okay.
This is
Might
this is
be
roadside
trying to bite
picnic for
off too much
fish.
there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, pardon.
And if we can get lower too.
Yeah.
I like
It's
lower.
pretty.
All the wiring makes it look eldritch. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And to our viewer asking, Jonathan's going to go back and review his footage of that deck gun and see if he's got the best quality. If he does, he will definitely be uploading that, I'm sure.
Yeah. Did we get the other side of the deck gun, Robert?
We went all the way around the deck gun.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
fish
don't know
probably
if you
don't.
got like all the underside bits, but you know.
Yep.
Bridge nav.
Fish probably don't think
20
about it too
meters
much.
at 185, please.
Oh,
Devin, you were commenting on how quickly these submarines were being produced near the
Copy,
end of the war.
thank you.
One of the things that was noted was that the labor shortage that the Japanese had trying to not only build submarines, but all the other war-related rebuild and construction to support their effort, that young girls, 14 and 15 years old, were in the factory building these submarines.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
that's crazy.
So they experienced something very similar to the U.S. at that particular time when we started putting women in manufacturing roles to help crank things out and make sure that supplies were ready. And
Oh, so I'm mistaken. It wasn't submarines. It was the aircraft that goes in the hangar is where the 12 to 15-year-old schoolgirls were employed as aircraft workers.
Wow.
Kaden says children yearn for the mines and factories.
Mobilization for total war is known on
Yeah.
both sides, and I think that's largely forgotten today. But what's also forgotten is that mobilization was part of the justification for the aerial attacks and the firebombings as well as the dropping of the atomic bomb, was because the argument was made that these cities and these factories were now military targets.
Child labor mentioned. Spencer, no!
The 400 and 401 were, their ultimate mission was to take out the locks on the Panama Canal to stop the resupply of the American fleet in the Pacific.
Oh,
They
gosh.
never made it. The war ended before they were just in the training phases of that mission when the war ended. Oh, here's your designation, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do we want to handle this?
We're still photogrammetry. Let's still just kind of continue to paint up, but we need to concentrate on the deck.
Yeah.
Complete
okay,
the deck.
So
and
we're gonna come back and do this.
We're gonna
later?
come back and do this later.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Coming back down.
Yeah!
So So while the hangar got torn away, what we are clearly seeing here is what's left of what most people call the conning tower, or more properly the sail.
201.
Some of the pressure hull fittings.
The paint is still really nice.
That, and very powerfully, still painted, the designation on the side.
Yeah. A powerful image.
The thing that has always struck me about these subs and the mission is that the Panama Canal operation as planned had certainly been something that had been very much desired. Yamamoto's original idea was to strike at an American city. He was thinking New York, for example, with that type of an effect that the Doolittle raid had had on Japan. But instead, as the planning shifted towards the Panama Canal to keep vessels from coming into the Pacific, that mission went all the way up to, in terms of the planning, right up until just June of 1945, when the decision was made to shift to the fleet anchorage at Ulithi. And that response came as a result of the intensive firebombings that were devastating Japanese cities. The thought was to strike the American fleet at that large fleet anchorage where much of the Navy was based. And it was there that the two vessels were heading in a two-pronged operation that was intended to hit Ulithi and hit hard, with the Seiron aircraft actually being used as kamikaze craft to strike the fleet. But instead, they were intercepted on the high seas after Japan had surrendered, and as we know, were then turned over to the United States Navy. That surrender was very carefully negotiated. It was very tense. The crews of the American subs were very, very respectful. The surrender was handled very well. There was no bloodshed, although the commander of I-400 did shoot himself because he was wanted as a war criminal because of the crimes he had committed in the murder of Allied seamen when he had sunk their ships and come across their life rafts and had them all shot.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So much history that plays a part with the images that we're seeing. So appreciative to have the background for this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sorry that I was a little late in coming in.
No, glad to have you here.
Lewis says, deepest known shipwreck found to date, USS Samuel B. Roberts at 6,000. It didn't register at first that was meters. 6,895 meters.
Jim. While the prize crew was on board, allegedly the crew had the commander removed and got him over the side and buried him at sea, supposedly without anyone on the prize crew knowing.
Yes, and a powerful moment. He left 3 letters. One was to his crew, one was to the Navy, and the other was to his wife. But in that, one of the officers said that he pointedly remarked to some of the other officers before that he knew he would have to pay for what he had done earlier in the war in committing those atrocities.
Wow.
We're really getting a clear view of the bracing for that hangar, but also
I'm gonna just skip us to the next part.
Most folks I don't think, really know, if you haven't been exposed to the submarine world, that there are 2 hulls. There's the outer hull, which most people think is the full hull of a sub, but you've got that inner pressure hull, carefully and rigidly reinforced, that is where the crew lives. If that's breached, it is all over, but subs could take damage on the outside. As long as manifolds held, valves held, as long as that hull did not crack, they could ride out.
Okay, so they're talking about just being able to ride out damaged hulls. So this is 2 of 5. Let's jump to 3 of 5.
Probably not going to work.
To shift to nuclear warheads. And of course, today we think of missiles coming out of silos in a sub itself. But these vessels in their own way were the precursors to the United States Navy's own development of submerged craft carrying missiles, surfacing, and using them to effect in wartime.
Okay, so we have...
I'm
going to pause this. This is excellent talk, and I'm going to drop a link. Hey, it's Nomabout. I learned recently cookie cutter sharks take bites out of outer hulls of subs. What? Sounds like it would damage the shark as much as the sub, right? So we have about an hour left in stream, and I really want us to get, like, the good stuff. So I'm gonna bounce us ahead quite a bit, actually. I don't want to miss the, I'm scrolling ahead. Okay, yeah, if I put us there, we won't miss the good stuff. So I'll put us right about here. The good stuff. The dramatic. Right now it's a lot of mapping, so it's a lot of going back and forth over areas, pausing and waiting for the ship to catch up. But I think this will be right around where the start of the more dramatic shots happen.
Over.
Maybe. Oh, wait.
And into the.
I started as the. It's still hidden. No. No. Do I? Oh, I don't have it full screened. That's why. There we go. So let me back it up just slightly. There we go.
Which side?
Yeah, look at how bright that is.
Roger. So we can just move Atlanta south, and I can stay on this side.
Yep.
Happy with that?
Yep. All right. I can start moving.
Roger.
You ready?
Yep.
And you want to be up higher.
Bridge nav 20170. Yeah. Start low, up, over.
There we go. Now the dramatic shot.
And into the EQ part.
Okay, you're ready? You're going?
Is that the screw?
No, I'm waiting for them to get back.
Okay, you want to be right at the.
I've heard it referred to as the prop.
Aft end.
Chat probably knows better than I do.
So behind the vessel.
All right.
Is that right? Behind it?
Yep. That's where he wants to start.
Roger.
And these are some sort of guardrails for.
I think they have
That's
these
what I think. They look very familiar.
I think they had
Just
these
a
so when
bumper
you're
rail
docking
to
the vessel,
protect
you
the-
don't bump the propeller into the bulkhead.
Protect the propeller, protect the dive plane.
Sorry, I'm gonna calibrate myself. As they
I
calibrate
had the joy
the
gain
camera,
down
I'll
to
calibrate
28%,
myself.
and I was still shaking.
Now these are the same sort of red paint marks we saw on the 201.
Yep.
Yeah, there's an up close to those red markings.
Assuming that's feet.
Yeah, okay, so this is maybe something they did in Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, there's a theory that they
Yeah, good paint pins back then.
because these are
I think
captured
these are
submarines.
my favorite coral.
They were studied before they were scuttled.
They are quite beautiful. And again, this contrast of an instrument of destruction with now a home for such beauty is.
There's places in both the
Come on.
Pacific and Atlantic where those, they're just giant forests of them, like taller than the ROV, meters tall.
Wow.
And the base of them is, the size of a person's leg.
Where is this?
We've seen them in the Discovery Corridor off the east coast of Canada and also in the Pacific Northwest.
No tompion in that gun barrel, Con.
Yeah, no, I don't imagine they were too worried about that.
So are you going to be using Atlanta lights, Jonathan, or?
That's correct, Atlanta lights.
So I can stow this manipulator that's hanging out here?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Roger, thank you.
All right, we do have a ship move in, so we're still going. Just keep that in mind.
Which way are you going?
South.
South?
Was that not the plan?
I don't know. Oh, I've lost the plot. Start report.
Yeah, you're going to start dragging me soon. I can come down a bit, but not much.
Yeah.
I can stop. I mean, the ship move's almost over at this point. But
Hey, what do you call the last German Type C submarine? I don't
Are you
know.
ready, Jonathan?
America. Oh no, America.
Technical. Stand by.
You're gonna have to move it back.
Technically correct.
You got to move it, move it.
What in the heck is...
We have a question. How much does the substrate the vessel sits on move? Does the deep sea pressure cement the vessel in place, or will it sink over time?
Oh.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think it moves laterally. There's sediment that'll shift with the currents and things like that. I don't think it's strong enough here. I don't think it'll sink in. But you may see over.
We're going to use Atalanta Lakes anyways, Chris. So we're
scouring in some areas, and some burial in others.
Atalanta Lake right there.
It won't sink in.
Right there, yeah.
It's solid enough that it'll.
Yeah, something like that.
Bridge nav 20325.
Unless you're set on starting at the stern here, are you, Jonathan?
Yeah, we'll want to back off as much as we can from the stern. And we're going to do that thing where we turn off the lights, and as we approach it, we're going to turn on the lights.
Dramatic reveal.
You are just going to fly at Atalanta's pace. Yep. All the way up.
So we're going to put Atalanta basically where Herc is right now, and you want the light coming from the side or from behind us?
I'm fine with Atalanta where it's at right now.
It's like light years away.
Can you turn off your lights?
I can, if I can find that right page. Where's that page? Yeah, it's like 20 meters away. I'm
dragging me around now, so.
Fighting my tether to hold that heading.
All right, move Atalanta closer, please.
So that's the lighting you're getting from it, and
I need more than that.
Atalanta's on the way.
She's only 8 meters above me, so.
Okay.
It's gonna take a few minutes to get there, so.
All right, well, so.
Well, we got a few minutes for the ship move. Might as well go back and look at that deck gun.
Oh.
No.
Just keep missing our targets. Like.
See if we can find something interesting to look at closer.
Here he goes.
Moving the ship back?
Yes.
North?
Yeah.
It would be criminal not to. How about some of the bubblegum coral growing on the...
Not to be that person, but I think these are actually hemicorallium, so they're not Paragorgidae.
Ah, so how do you tell the difference? I always get the two confused.
Me too, yeah.
Pink and coral to me.
I asked Asako for confirmation, but since we haven't really, we could get a zoom to confirm, but I think it's the branching pattern.
I think we're good.
Paragorgidae kind of fork, make these Ys at the first branching pattern that they make is
this
a big
one's
Y,
still going, right?
and these are kind of more like an actual fan, and they're also more fragile when you touch them, which we don't want to do that, but it's another way of knowing.
Zoom in there for us.
So what are these again, Taylor?
Yo,
I think
squat
these
lobster.
are hemicorallium or corallidae.
Yeah, I think
But
you're right.
All right, so I'm gonna format 213. 213 is done.
Squat lobster.
Squat lobster.
Yeah.
Very pink.
Asako, if you're there, your confirmation would be very helpful.
What's that?
I think that these are. I think Jonathan's making plans about.
I'm making
camera
plans.
stuff.
Sorry, guys. YOLO.
Yeah, that one was a squat lobster.
And it's
This one is so pretty.
Yeah.
definitely hemicorallium.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, that lobster's just hanging out.
Jim, I keep looking at this piece and thinking it's like the upper piece of the rudder that would move in conjunction with the lower rudder for maneuvering when submerged. But I don't know why it's bent like that and at that angle sitting right up here on the stern. Is that part of the upper rudder?
It could be. If this thing hit, I mean, when you look at the sinking photos, it's going down after the torpedo hits, it's at quite an angle, and that bow is up.
Go forward for me, please.
Copy.
Here we go. Goodbye,
had
little
to have
spot
hit
lobster.
hard
Yeah, I agree. The plans I have for this are not very detailed, but it looks like this is an upper rudder, you know, similar to the lower rudder. But I mean, it's not doing anything else good back there except obstructing water flow if it's meant to be in that position all the time.
Do you think it's bent over 90? Is that what you're saying?
I'm thinking it would have been straight and it would have moved like a rudder for submerged maneuvering, but I don't know, you know, it's obviously bent hard over and pushed out of normal position.
Or maybe it's 180 out. Seems strange.
Yeah.
Thing to have on the back of the boat in that orientation.
Yeah.
Right, I know. Maybe even the force of the water on its descent going down stern first was enough to tweak that rudder.
Sorry, I'm hearing things
Could
and I
it
can't tell if it's
rotated
quail or
180
squirrel.
degrees and bent on the superstructure there?
I'm just guessing.
Yeah. It doesn't look like the 245s are even, does it? It looks like one's longer than the other. One has a different shape.
It's not,
here.
and in the plans it shows a single plane, a single piece aligned image.
So what they're saying is this bent piece of metal, they think it was originally straight, because where it's at on the submarine, it would just be creating
And we did get
drag.
confirmation from Asako
So they think
that
it might
she
be
also
a
thinks
bent
these are
rudder.
hemicorallium. But they are very hard to tell apart, at least for me. They're both pink. They both have the knobby look to them.
Watch out for that camera.
Yeah.
All right, are we happy with the Atalanta position, or are we going to go even further?
Can you turn off the lights, please?
Or Jonathan is
I'd like to see what it
stressed.
when
Jonathan's
Hercules
trying to
actually
get these
pointed in the right
shots.
direction.
Roger, let's get a shot of the possibly bent rudder here. Yeah, I can turn off the lights.
Bent upper rudder, final answer.
Terror.
Okay.
Sorry, there's a dark bent. Oh, look at that. Look at that light. Let me come around here. 100%. Full power.
Larry, we have some folks who have just joined us. Do you want to give them an update on what we're doing? You're not on SPL.
Yeah,
Oh, Drew,
yeah,
hello. I'm sorry, I
this
missed
is
your
our last
message
day
earlier.
of this entire mission. Over
You're about
this
to
mission,
explain.
we've explored a number of really spectacular and exciting sites. Almost all sites that have been visited before, where we had some hint that there'd be really interesting things, because what we're doing is exercising and trying out some spectacular new imagery technology. Jonathan Filey, sitting here on my left, is designing
It's a scuttled submarine.
developing these very, very high-resolution wide-angle cameras that allow us to create very detailed three-dimensional reconstructions of what we see, and also allow us to image these features in a way that's very conducive for things like an IMAX theater, for a really immersive experience. And so that's the
well, you know the drill. Trying to
focus
light it
of
up
the
there.
entire mission has been
Play around,
trying
come
out
up,
these
come
new
down.
technologies. In our last 2
Get the
days,
best
we've
light,
been exploring
altitude.
several sunken Japanese submarines. These were submarines that
I think it's
were
gonna be down.
captured at the end of the war, brought to Pearl Harbor, studied by the Americans, and then intentionally scuttled, actually during practice torpedo runs by U.S. submarines off Oahu.
Maybe,
yesterday
These did not go down in combat. These were scuttled. Nobody died on
to the
these.
left a little
Which
so you're
is
not
a very
blinding
special
me.
submarine in that it was designed for very high submerged speeds, and that submarine, in theory, was capable of submerged speeds of up to 19 knots, in practice probably more like 16 knots. But either way, that was remarkable for a submarine submerged in those days, more than twice the speed of a U.S. submarine at the time. Today we're at almost an even more remarkable submarine.
Yeah.
It's called the I-401.
Sorry, my heading is swinging.
And this is a massive, a 400-foot submarine that was built to carry aircraft. It
You're going to have to move 10 meters north, Chris.
Torpedo bombers.
Roger.
In a
bridge nav, 10
hangar
meters,
that was on its hull.
north.
We don't see the hangar in the wreck. The hangar has fallen off here. We see little remnants of it. But it is remarkable. It was by far the largest submarine ever built, and remained that way until 1965, when the U.S. built the Benjamin Franklin, which was somewhat larger. It also had a remarkable fuel capacity, capability to travel around the world 1.5 times, something like a 37,000 mile range.
Yeah, this
so
was
really
a
quite
remarkable piece of engineering.
Technological achievement.
Yeah.
And it was last visited, I believe, in 2009. And so not only are we seeing what these new cameras can do in terms of really high resolution documentation of the submarine, and as Jim Delgado, one of our resident expert archaeologists, mentioned, the result of this will probably be the highest resolution documentation of the submarine, because its blueprints were lost after it was built. So from the kind of resolution we can get, you can really start reconstructing things.
Okay. I am ready to go.
Yeah.
Is this as far back as you can get?
No, we're moving Atalanta another 10 meters north, so...
Can you try lateraling over to the left, please, and kind of looking at that direction of...
So they've been doing
I'm just trying to
passes,
frame
getting high-quality
the
photos?
light of Atalanta right now.
And taking
Yeah,
scans?
we're trying to get it north a little bit more, so it's kind of not showing in our eye.
And now they're just going to go over for like dramatic, dramatic
more
footage,
to the
basically.
left. I'm not sure what direction that is.
It's underneath Atalanta, so it's above us, shining, illuminating.
So what we're looking at is the aft end, the rear end of
yeah, I like that.
About a 300-foot section of the submarine. It broke into two pieces.
I like this angle will look nicer.
Yep.
And Jonathan is setting up an immersive camera run. We just completed a photogrammetry run, the run that will allow him to build the three-dimensional reconstruction, but now he's doing the immersive run.
So for this one, if we can, I'd like to basically use the ship move, or use the Atalanta move, and match the pace of Atalanta along the entire length of this ship. And Dan, the ROV will be up to you completely, but you got to think very, very, very slow thoughts and maintain approximately this standoff distance, or, I mean, I'm sorry, not the standoff distance, Atlanta.
Yeah, keep it in the light, yeah.
Yeah. And then if we can also use Atalanta, you might hear me say, let's try sweeping the light. And what I mean by that is...
So, basically, wait, I had a thing I wanted to say, and then my brain brrrr. But yeah, we're it's a scuttled submarine. We're about to go do like a dramatic pass over it now that all of the like 3D mapping has been done. This is just very cool.
That will do a heading change on Atalanta.
Oh, what I was gonna say is this isn't live. I can pause it and fast forward it. You can see the videos done. I do sometimes do live watch-alongs, but this one isn't live.
To use it as a gigantic lighting platform to kind of reveal and bring elements in and out of the light.
Roger.
Okay. And so just for this first shot, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask, let's do all lights off, and then, well, actually, I guess we got to get the ship moving and Atalanta moving south first.
Roger.
So this video is from an ROV.
Word.
The ROV is tethered to a ship,
turn your lights off.
so they have to move in tandem.
So Jonathan has been setting up like a cinematographer these shots.
30.
Positioning Atalanta with its lights in a certain position, Hercules in another, and we're all holding our breath, waiting for the drum roll.
Here we go.
The big reveal as the lights come on, and we start collecting what will hopefully be some just spectacular immersive
I think we're all gonna ooh and ah.
Yeah, and you can lights on at will.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm ready.
go.
Ship's underway.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Hey, I see a light. I see a light in the distance. We should go check that out. Could be a submarine, eh?
Could be.
Dorks.
Atalanta has found something.
Here we go.
And just FYI, the starboard lens is frozen by design, not by issue, and I'm going to actually switch that out.
If I can just see one, that
Yeah, here you
one that's
go.
there now, I just need one. It's fine. The audience will be happy with one too.
Okay, have fun. You
Okay,
have 40 minutes and 1 move to make this.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's correct.
No pressure.
Yeah.
No
Take
pressure.
one.
No second takes.
It's going to be a one-take wonder.
One take wonder.
We're using every last available second.
You can
So if you
hear
do
the
it in
stress
40
in
minutes, you'll
Jonathan's
have one more
voice.
minute.
This
Yeah,
poor
yeah,
man.
Okay. I'll take that minute.
How's the weather for our Atalanta only dive? Is that going to happen, or we're going to get weathered out?
It is getting a little rougher out there, but we'll see. And
Also,
it's in a
Scotty, I'm
different
so
spot.
sorry. I know that suffering.
The cups have to go down. Priorities.
I hope I can find the cups I made for my kids.
Oh, I got them for you already. I saw you left them in the data lab, so I put them in the bag with the other ones.
Thank you,
I didn't want them to get left.
Taylor and to the rescue.
Yes, thank you, Taylor.
They were cute.
Thank you.
No worries.
So I had a very, very last-minute request for a cup
Oh yeah?
just about an hour ago, and I went scrambling around, and there were no more cups left, except there's a whole pile of already decorated cups left over from a cruise in 2018 that never got a chance to.
Wow.
And they were beautiful. I felt terrible.
2018?
2018, yeah.
Where did you find those?
Rennie knew about them in the data lab.
I saw a stack there, yeah.
And they were beautiful. And it had to be a big Philadelphia contingent because there was a lot of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. And so I found the least personal one.
Pre-decorated.
Yeah, pre-decorated, yeah. It's good because it's certainly decorated much nicer than I would ever be able to do.
Yeah. I can't wait to give mine to my kids. We had a contest, and then I had the life skills kids also decorate some. And
Can we try sweeping the light, please?
Left or right?
Sweep it up the length of the hull.
Yeah, right.
Let's just try
bring your
that.
head to
So the
left
request
side.
came from
Deep
my
sea
kid,
filmmaking.
my 39-year-old kid.
They can be very demanding at that age.
I think this is guilt because
Yeah, I think you can sweep a little more.
he was on board here.
Oh, yeah, so it was.
And I asked, did he want one? He said no, and I said, well, I used to bring them home for you all the time, and you never were. Oh, he said, yes, I was. I think he's showing me now he's interested. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Here we go.
Pass it back to the original.
Nautilus Store Party, this is Jim Delgado. I'm signing off. Thank you all very much. An amazing dive, incredible tech,
Well, Jim,
tremendous results. I'm looking forward to seeing more.
thank you, Jim, and we can't thank you enough for all the knowledge
Thank you so much.
you've imparted.
Yeah,
It
thank
was
you,
just
Jim.
wonderful to have you commenting on all this. Thank you.
Have a great day, Jim. Thanks
It's
for
always
tuning
great
in.
to be part of such a great team. Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thanks, Jim.
Bye. Can we sweep it back up towards the bow?
Yeah.
Jonathan is hecking
And
locked in.
I will take another 5 degrees lower or whatever Dan thinks is cool.
You want me to come lower? Or?
No, Atalanta.
Atalanta? Yeah, you can come down a couple meters, see what happens. Okay, Chris, that's like a 10 meter offset there. If we can, I'll try and...
Let's spin it back.
Yeah.
It's not a good look.
Yeah, try and keep that 10 meter offset there.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, I like
Tell me if I get...
That's getting better.
Yeah. So now let's just pop up and over and start flying down the length of it, please. Oh, Dan, we need to extend the cameras out all the way.
Roger.
All the way until they flop.
Jonathan is stressed.
No worries, there you go. Sorry, we just got the cameras into position proper. Okay, so now,
cameras. There's $250,000 hanging off a 1/4 inch bolt.
And so let's, no, it's a 5/8. It's a 5/8.
So if it's a 5/8 bolt,
No,
it's fine.
Let's please. Okay, come on. We got 35 minutes here, guys. Let's do this.
I'm listening. I'm coming.
Lock
I
in,
can't
lock
move
in.
5,000 pounds of ROV that fast.
Let's just slowly lift over the top of the stern here, and then we're just going to slowly, gracefully fly the length. Danger close, as close as you can get for the deck. Being
I'm touching,
safe.
I'm too close.
Do not touch without touching.
You are right now, Jonathan, with where Atalanta is? In
It's superb. I'm not sure if there's an existing ship move that's helping drag it.
Yeah, Chris is
that's awesome.
Move it along with it.
Trying to keep it 10 meters in front of us there.
Okay.
I guess Chris is whoever's in the control room of the ship, moving the ship.
All right.
Is it possible to
Super
get...
dramatic.
Oh, never mind. I'll use the Zeus here. Is the Zeus Iris all the way open?
Yeah, all the way open. I can hit the gain up a little, but it won't help.
Yeah, just... it's going to be noisy, but I just...
No, I think it's better.
Yeah, I got you.
I just use it for a reference here.
Is this
So
better
I don't...
or too much noise?
What do you think, John?
Oh, that's
Little
a lot
closer
of
to the light
noise.
Or stay back?
Let's
Oh,
try
we're getting
flying
mauled by the
through
bit
light.
rate.
Can you keep? Let's try flying through the light with the light kind of focused in on this deck gun.
Roger that.
And by through, I mean like, you can follow Hercules with the light once it hits the deck gun, because we will want to be careful. The conning tower is maybe 10, 15 meters north of this.
Okay, so he'll fly through the
South
light,
of that.
and then I'll pan left with him.
So
There's the deck
you want to
gun.
come over the deck gun or around it?
I don't know. What do you think looks better?
Around it.
Like around, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Decagon, my
When you
beloved.
go around, let's occlude the light with the, or occlude the image with the light there and the gun.
Yeah, you might get a shadow from...
Oh, I meant go the other way.
Yeah, other way.
go to my right.
Yeah?
Yeah, so you don't get the
Kind of dip down.
the shadow of Hercules.
Oh, I love the fish.
Yeah.
Good job, fish. It's like an extra.
If I do go to my right, that Atalanta's going to be shining right in my eye. You're all right
Yeah,
with
never mind. You're right. Go left there. Go left.
Roger.
Okay.
Atalanta's light has moved past the gun. Do you want me to pivot it back?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, as I come left, maybe
Oh
you
gosh,
pivot
look at the corals on the
Yeah.
like growing on the gun.
Yeah, that's cool.
I thought that was part of the gun for a minute.
Nah.
Okay.
Side light's best light.
Okay.
Side light for life.
Or keep that offset so you get the
Yep.
the mud line in
Yep.
the shot. There's a Queen song just rocking in my head right now.
Which one?
I can't come up with the name off the... I'd have to
All right,
think.
that's good.
That's very
Then,
good.
back up on top? Or?
Yeah, back up on top, and let's focus in the light on the light pool on Hercules here, so we can see some details about the gun or the deck.
Swing right then, look at it.
Raj, yeah, and follow Hercules with the light.
We'll get the mechanisms of it. Is that what you're after?
Yeah.
The little wheels and stuff.
Yeah, you can really see the the shadow.
Let's just move. Let's just move out.
Keep
Shots dead.
left then. Yeah.
Okay, I'll follow left.
Yeah.
All right, I'm putting in another ship move.
Roger. Yeah, I'm getting close.
Yeah, the ship is almost to the end, so.
Gosh, there's
Great.
so much. There's so many like
Bridge,
moving
bridge,
parts
nav,
being
2,
coordinated
0,
right now.
1, 7,
Left?
5.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking left.
You're doing great. So let's just continue along the deck as if we're an aircraft parking in the hangar.
Yeah.
As low as we can go until we reach the conning tower.
I'm going to turn my aft light on. It shouldn't affect you. Yeah, it's probably good on the left. So.
Yeah, I know, my heading's swinging.
There you go. Yeah, keep the light on that conning tower, and then let's zoom up towards it.
Semi-zoom.
Lower.
Lower, roger.
Good lower. Get on the deck.
Get on the deck.
Kessel run here.
Kessel run.
I haven't gone through here, so I don't know if there's any gotchas. But
Roger. No, there's
Have
nothing.
the Norbit set up so you can see your altitude if you want it.
yeah, roger. Oh, nice. Way high.
Yeah.
All right, that's good.
That is real low. Like, this is making me nervous. And I'm not the one
You're
in
getting a little
charge
low
of
now on your
the
back.
Roger.
several $1,000 cameras hanging off a
Beautiful though.
5/8" bolt.
Just this speed. Don't go any faster. Watch for the little dangly bit there on the left-hand side.
And right-hand side.
And right-hand side.
Think Herc will fit through there?
I
No.
don't know.
What does Norbit say?
So Jonathan immediately
I can't see
no.
it in Norbit yet. I have old data, but barely.
We'll find out, won't we?
We're slicked up for intervention here, so might see a little bump as we go through, but
Yeah, you're gonna. It looks like you just barely make it. The next obstacles you're not gonna make it through.
Hold your breath. Yeah, but coming up here.
You got to come up above these ones.
What's that?
These ones you're not gonna make it through.
Yeah. Definitely not gonna make it through those.
I'm looking forward to plot some of these passes. Jonathan's getting me some good data.
Yeah. With the power of optical and sonar combined.
So do we want to come outboard of this here? Because it's, you know, dark and scary on the right side?
Leave it
Yeah,
a rust
sure, if you
polish
want
can't
to.
finish.
Yeah, I think so.
You're scared.
Scrub it down.
I'm not scared, but you won't see it a lot, but you just see a bunch of
It'd be
shadows.
nice to get the I-401 there too.
Yeah, we definitely
Here we
want
go,
a nice
here we
one of
go,
the
here we go,
I-401
here we go.
Signia.
You wanna
So just keep
do
going like
another
that.
move, or we're moving? Yeah.
Yeah, we're still moving.
You just
So
a few
I-
cans
I'm gonna do one more so we keep the motion up and it doesn't slow down.
Yeah,
but,
keep the motion with the ocean.
All right.
The
so I might have to
I-401s.
pull the ship back once we get to
Let's
the
keep
end.
the outside.
Keep
Yeah.
the move. Keep the
I
move.
see it. I see it now. I see the. I see it in Atalanta.
Bridge.
Center the conning tower
20170.
in the frame and just maintain the centering, okay? Por favor.
Maintain the.
Center up the conning tower and use that as your pivot point.
So come up.
For the image, yeah, exactly.
Roger.
Just let me know if you want
But-
the light to go back
All right.
towards it, Jonathan.
Yeah, more
Yeah,
light.
maybe just a little.
More light?
Yeah.
Point to the left a little bit more. There you go.
To the left?
No,
Not
he's
you,
talking to me.
Her.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you come right. Get a little light right in
Okay.
front of me there.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, now we can do the move around the conning tower.
Lateral left.
Lateral left.
Roger.
Y'all are doing fantastic.
Sweet.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Also, rival, welcome.
Hanging out here for a minute to
You
let
need
Atalanta.
Center.
I don't want to get too close.
Can you center out? Center in the conning tower needs to be center of frame. There you go. Now lateral left. There we go. That's good. Keep the conning tower centered.
What part of it?
Up, look at
down.
Then,
left.
there you go.
I
There
get
you
it.
go. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Sorry.
Just a little water damage.
Want more light?
Yeah, this is good light.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to come
for
up.
folks watching, you can see the real power of a two-body system. If you look at the feed 2, that's Atalanta being pulled up and down by the surge, but Herc is staying very, very steady because it's decoupled from that. There we go. There we go.
Maybe back off just a hair.
Look right a little.
Yeah.
Back off just a hair. We're gonna have to own the fact that we are in Hercules with that shadow. So just back off and then come down a little.
Roger. Or Atalanta can come up. You're gonna have to come up.
Okay.
Come up. Come up.
Coming up.
Oh
Wow, that's really nice.
Eerie. Airy and beautiful.
There it is.
Okay, now let's sink down the conning tower and just use it as we're waiting for Atalanta to keep moving.
Roger.
And what worked really well last time, let's just do an experimental uppers on, as if we're, you know, discovering this for the first time, and we're, imagine the stadium lights noise. And go down.
Going down.
And we're exploring. I want to peek under and through the hole that was blown out under the conning tower here, please.
It's crazy that
right
paint
there?
is still so clear.
Yeah, wherever that was, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's down there to the right in the shadows.
Smooth and steady. Let's just ignore Atalanta as she's continuing up to the forward rent.
I could hold the ship move there if you want, or 10 meters.
There's only 8 meters left. I'll just let it finish.
Roger.
Yeah, and that'll put Atalanta in an okay spot for you. And I'll just, I'll go ahead and hold it.
Okay.
Bridge.
Yeah, 10 meters is a good late distance.
Okay. This shot's done.
You want to peek in the hole there?
Yeah, let's peek in the hole.
Roger.
Okay, I'm gonna come down so you don't drag me.
Yeah, roger. Yeah, come down fine. Give us some side light there.
Yeah, now you can see the double hull and the pressure hull inside.
I would probably turn on the mid-lights at this point to look in there a little more.
Yeah, you can try, yeah. Probably not going to work.
So that's what sinks a submarine, is a hole in the pressure hull, the inner pressure hull.
Yeah, this is just too much backscatter to make work. We're going to have to go back to moody atmospheric.
Moody.
Where's Atalanta rolling?
Yeah, there's
Atalanta
a lot of
coming to a
marine
stop,
snow that's like reflecting the,
sort of,
the
I
light.
don't know if you have high pack, but it should come to a stop right about
How much time
here.
do we have left?
10 meters, 10 meters from us.
Oh. Okay. Can we swing Atalanta back down and try lighting up towards the conning tower? Let's see how that looks with all the lights off once you're done poking around in here.
Proximity alert!
That's fun.
Yeah.
Oh god!
That usually happens when somebody cues a radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a radio.
Alright, you want the light?
Certainly woke us up back there.
Yeah.
Yeah, look back to your right, and we'll move the ship 10 meters north.
You want to come back north?
Yep.
All right. Bridge nav, 10 meters due north.
Well, we could just continue the. Do you want to just continue down to do the words? Maybe let's just continue down the hull and start doing the inspection while the ship is already there.
Okay, so you want me to stay?
Yeah.
We can take a nice look at the.
There you go. That's a beautiful image right there. Let's just follow that all the way down.
Roger.
Keep the dangerous
now it's a horror game.
snaggy bits inside the center of frame, please.
Roger.
Spin a little bit more to the left. There you go. That's cool. Reveal the conning tower. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, this is genuinely a little
Don't spin
unsettling.
too much.
I can come right over them now, up to the tower.
No,
No tire kickers, I know what I
go
have.
ahead. I was going to say that the feature of the sand is fascinating.
How's your probe
I
not
can come
bumping
around
into these
down low.
mini
Just
sensors,
continue
including
on
like
what you're doing.
altitude
I like all this
sensors
rent. And then let's slowly lift up towards the I-401.
and several like camera angles that we can't see right now. Deep water filled with sharp rusty metal. Not even what?
Nothing.
No, that's okay. Shadow's fine.
Roger.
We gotta own the shadow.
Own in the shadow.
Wish my
There
clumsy
you go.
butt
Go
had
up,
sensors.
up, up,
It would.
up, up, up.
Oh man. Imagine if humans came with backup cameras. Just like a proximity alert goes off whenever your pinky toe is too close to the coffee table.
Bonk.
Oh, we're right. Like, this is
Oh,
the
I caught
conning
up.
tower. That's the...
Touching something.
Oh gosh, no! Something's
Oh, there's a
touching the
sticky outfit there.
ROV!
Found it.
Found it.
Found
Barely.
it.
Touched it.
Yeah, the I-401.
So I'd say let's go back down, kind of flying like this. I want to investigate and sink down as rapidly as is safe. Let's look at the formation of the sand as this submarine plowed into it. It's really cool fracturing down below.
Roger.
And you can back off by
Cameras?
a
They
half a
do?
meter.
My mom has eyes in the back of her head. That's
Four from
fair.
here.
That's fair.
Yeah. Spin a little bit to the left, just 10 degrees to the left. There you go. Just keep Atalanta just barely out of frame. Sink down.
Nivik says, I mean, give me some
Incredible.
jumper cables and duct tape. I think I could get it running again.
And back off of the ledge there by about 5. Yeah, there you go. And then right on down.
You want to see where it
It's
plowed
unfortunate that they
I
were
wanna
all
see,
destroyed.
yeah, let's really
Because this was
highlight the
genuinely like an
details of that.
incredible, piece of
That
engineering.
is still a feature, you know, that hasn't been worn away. But you can see how it's piled up. And then let's follow this line of you know, obvious damage to the seafloor all the way up until
Wait, you had a license to
you
be
can
on this
spin around
military
the
ship?
damage where the hull split in half.
Roger.
A little too close.
Yeah. I got an orbit view for you there.
Roger.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, just follow that in and let's reveal the damage up north.
So this was originally a
You probably moved the
400-foot
ship
long
south.
submarine.
Roger.
Part of it is like broken
Bridge nav.
apart. So we've been
20
looking at the
meters.
300
10 meters due south.
link.
Look to your left a little for me.
We got some viewers admiring your piloting skills, Dan.
Affirmative, bridge.
Shame they were either decommissioned or blown up by Godzilla. Decommissioned.
You need more?
Well,
Yeah, maybe a little more.
not quite. Captured.
Can you light the conning tower
But like
from there?
captured from the submarine store, I think.
I can kind of see it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe if I come up a bit.
You'd have to look to the right to do it.
Okay, you want me to do it?
Up to you, Dan.
Sure. Yeah, you'll get more shadow there on the.
We got to own the shadow. We have no way around the shadow.
Okay, coming right.
We are Hercules.
We are Hercules.
Chris, are you comfortable zooming out on the HIPAC survey now at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to look for
Oh, that's eerie and beautiful.
Whoops, sorry, too much.
We want to look.
Too much? Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
no,
wanna
that
look
was
to
me.
see if we see a debris field.
Yeah. So
Not the
from what I saw,
dogs!
there's a bunch of stuff over in here.
There, yeah.
I mean, there's stuff everywhere. There's a lot more debris here than there was at the last site.
Yeah, keep going. That's a beautiful circle, slow and stately. Just look at that damage. Can we get Atalanta closer for more light?
I
or
can
just lower?
Yeah, I can come down.
I can also bring in some of the turn data and stuff too, which will give us a
Ah,
little bit more coverage if you're interested, Larry. It's going to look less pretty, but it'll be it's more coverage.
We're just thinking of.
Let me just spin cycle on the ocean floor here real quick. There you go,
And the
I'm
only
better.
hint we have is that there was a debris field between them.
So there was a lot of debris this way.
That seems to be the concentration. Okay, so
Let's
I guess.
see if you can light the conning tower from there.
Okay.
Sweep it up the length. Can we reveal the conning tower in the darkness?
And Chris, the distance between where we are and the edge of that map to the west is what?
The edge of the map
Yeah, this is the
is
401.
158 meters.
Okay, so
No.
No.
The answer is no.
Yeah, this is where
okay,
this
so
is
let's
where
go
the hull
back
split.
towards this and holding it really steady. I want to do another stadium light turn on.
20 minutes or so
once
to get to there.
once the light's kind of back towards us. Sound good, Dan?
Roger. 10 meters south, Chris.
10 meters south, Raj.
Please.
Bridge nav. 10 meters due south.
Viewers saying absolutely amazed at the footage Jonathan has been directing. Will there be a finished product to view?
You better believe it. I don't know when, but hopefully by tonight we'll have a finished piece to view. No,
I wouldn't call it finished by tonight.
No. So in seriousness, this is all footage to demonstrate, and this whole cruise has been to demonstrate
in the shot.
Come up a bit.
and validate the camera system's performance. So this takes a while, of course, to produce this type of material, which is really suitable for projection.
I'll pull it tight. I'm gonna back up
on surfaces like the MGM Grand Dome and big dome theater projections.
Chris? You see,
Larry.
I see that out there.
That there, huh?
Yeah. I think that's the way we should head.
Okay. Yeah, it was just looking, and sure enough.
Okay, so Dan, let's go forward, and then once you get close to the damage, turn your uppers on, stadium style.
Roger.
And make the sound
dramatic reveal.
You want to? You happy with?
Yeah, I'm super
Atalanta
happy, Atalanta. Yeah, I like how
Okay, you want to hold position there, Chris?
Roger.
Looks really cool.
Bridge nav, hold position.
Last shot, and then we'll be good.
So they're coordinating the Hercules, the Atalanta, which has lights, and then the ship, which is tethered to both of those. So there's a lot happening right now.
You're going to turn your flashlight on?
No, this one's not live.
My flashlight.
It was live, but unfortunately it is not currently live.
Just
imagine the largest relay you've ever seen, Dan, turning on.
A viewer wants to know.
50 automobiles. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. A viewer's asking if Jonathan was a Hollywood director in a past life.
Why a past life?
Is Jonathan a Hollywood director in this life?
Okay. Anytime.
Jonathan, answer the question.
Do it. You are the explorer, Dan.
Whoosh.
There you go.
It's gonna come up and sweep them over the carnage here.
While you guys were all oohing and ahhing over the damage, I was oohing and ahhing over the what it did to the seafloor.
I'm surprised. Dan, the ROV is yours now. You can peek around, and then I think this filming is done.
Roger.
Okay, when Jonathan calls it done, we've been given another couple of hours, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Oh!
And what we'd like to do
They were rushing. It was like, we got 30 minutes to get this shot.
I'd like to tell the viewers that we had the two RV pilots giving each other a high five right then.
Well, that's wonderful to see. It shows how much they enjoy what they're doing. That's really great. So what we'd like to do is in Norbit mode explore to the west.
Ooh, Norbit mode.
Yeah.
You want to
it's
bring
K2
your head
high
to the right
resolution
now?
mapping mode.
Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan.
You're welcome.
Look at that shrimp.
And,
look at that shrimp. Look at him. There he goes.
K2 has
I really like what you're doing right now, Dan.
Some potential targets out there that we will
I
aim
don't know
for.
what I'm doing.
Yeah, actually, now that you pointed that out, that does look fairly promising.
Yeah, and I think when we get there, and if it looks interesting, we'll come down lower and take a look. We're not going to do any more filming for Jonathan. It's really just.
So I'm going to skip us ahead because I'm approaching the end of my time.
This is really cool.
Even though the dive got extended.
I-201, which had this seemingly enclosed conning tower, this looks more traditional in terms of an area where people would stand, a little bar for them to hold on to.
And to my
I thought they were also
Dan,
saying orbit. I thought they were saying orbit.
Or anything.
Orbit, Norbit, I don't know.
I have a 180-degree camera, I can see.
Yeah.
A viewer is saying that the cylinder on the front of the conning tower is the ship's whistle.
Where is the?
It says on the front of the conning tower.
Oh.
Is it that little guy, that guy at the top of the frame?
Oh, yeah.
I guess so.
Oh, you see a nav light too next to the
Yeah, I
periscope.
see a nav light.
Oh,
see the
yeah.
periscope.
Oh, wow.
Is that like an RDF or something? The star-shaped antenna deal?
There were, well, that's a good question. We saw yesterday on the 201 something that looked like a RDF too, but that was bent, and this might be one that's not.
Look at all those
If I remember
upstairs.
reading, there were several radars on the conning tower.
Oh, cool.
They had an anti-aircraft radar and then a more surface ship oriented
Okay,
radar.
come down a bit and give
Yes,
me the
please.
rest of it? Yeah.
Looks like there was something, I can't quite get around there, I don't have the tether. Something bolted on right there.
Oh, they did say that the periscope
as cool as this is,
one of the low light periscopes was removed by the Americans for further study before scuttling the ship. So it's what it could have been.
The other thing that was interesting to me reading about this is that.
Okay, I'm gonna. We're almost at the end of this video, but they got it extended, so I just want to see if there are any other.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's 3 of 5. I left full screen and saw the clock a few minutes ago, and was shocked. It does. Time really flies when we're looking at these things.
Be that I didn't.
So is this the second half? It does say, okay, it is Norbit. In the video description, it's Norbit. Norbit high-res scanner. Okay, and that's it. 24 minutes? Alright.
I am the SCF on the 12 to 4. Dan?
Oh, hi, I'm Dan Dietz.
Oh,
I'm
there was
just
an
in
introduction.
Science.
With the K2 high resolution multi-beam scan.
Not at all. I'd be honored.
And Dan Dietz has joined us. We haven't done like introductions today.
No, we
Hello.
haven't. It was too exciting.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ale.
Ale.
I am the SCF on the 12 to 4. Dan?
Oh, hi, I'm Dan Dietz. I'm just sitting in Science seat to watch the Norvis mapping.
And kibitz,
Yes. So in my day job, I am a program officer at the Office of Naval Research. And our job is really to, we have, we do everything from basic science, which is like hypotheses. So what intensifies hurricanes and trying to study that, or you know, typhoons, depending on, which continent we're on.
nav, add another 100 meters to the move.
To all the way to developing new technologies. So Office of Naval Research developed undersea gliders, Remus vehicles, UUVs.
I feel
buoys,
super
you know,
rude,
that kind
but
of stuff.
I'm running low on
We do a lot
time,
of
so
stuff.
we're gonna skip
Roger.
introductions.
And I'm Larry Mayer. I'm the watch leader on this watch. And my day job is the director of the Center for Coastal and Ocean Mapping at the University of New Hampshire. Taylor Ann.
I'm Taylor Ann. I am the science manager and data logger on this watch. And when I'm not on the Nautilus, I am a research assistant at UCLA and a master's student at Cal State Northridge. K2?
Hey, I'm Chris Krasnowski. I'm here.
K2, the
as an
man's name's K2.
Yeah,
Oh
but
no, I
mean,
let go!
That's certainly it, right?
Wait, no,
Yeah.
now we'll never know what K2 does.
Coming up, I think.
Okay.
Was?
So when you hear people commenting about what we're seeing, it's we're looking at some.
And then drop down.
I will
and have
go
a look.
back later.
Yeah, no, and I also, it's hard to make a measurement from a submersible in terms of how large something is.
Oh, Jiro, thank
Can
you.
you
I'm gonna
dispatch,
wrap up soon, but
engineer
thank you
there?
for coming in. It's always good to see you. Have a good day.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, here we go, boy.
I'm just saying, dive reports tell me the main body was 300.
Can you just let Jonathan know if he wants to record any of this?
Data lab nav.
Yeah, he doesn't. He said he didn't, but
K2's job is being a rad
but
dude,
he may
probably.
not realize how pretty it is. Might as well give him the option.
Why don't I just walk down and talk to him?
Sure. Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. Dan's going to go talk to him. And so we should see the torpedo tubes here, too. And this had this kind of very unique over-under, eight tubes. Oh, here he is. It's up to you.
Right, one torpedo on top of another.
Yeah.
Are you rolling there, Johnny? What are you saying?
He said he already get.
We're not waiting.
Just past the tube doors and a retractable dive plane on the bow.
Hey, John, is it possible to put the cameras up even though they're not recording? If not, no big deal. I'll just fly this. Can you
John's getting set up back here.
What do you want?
That one.
Okay.
So unfortunately, I think I do need to stop
So does
here.
that groove lead to the torpedo door, or is that?
I wanna see the torpedo door though.
I don't know.
It's about the end of your tether there.
Roger.
I think the torpedo doors behind it.
We're just gonna skip around a little. Oh, or maybe not. Maybe YouTube's gonna say
yeah, it could have
no.
been number factors.
Yeah, this is the
including,
other
like,
half.
Did the the tail looks like it sank first, right? So did this start? Did they?
Bridge nav 20045.
Did the bow essentially, just not sink as fast and then float it with the currents more than the tail did? There's a bunch of reasons why it could be.
What's that white circle there?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a hatch. It's
that's the
that
hatch.
looks like a hatch cover. That looks like the inside of it. Open. The hatch is open. Yeah.
Come down a bit for me.
It's a good shot of the raised catapult ramp and the forward deck.
I feel bad, but I really am out of time. I'm just gonna skip ahead again. I just wanna. There's the other half of it.
Somebody says they think that they spotted a stony coral.
And take the turnout there.
All right, and it looks like there might be
I'm
some
gonna
interesting
head,
stuff
I'm gonna
there.
head this
This
direction.
figure
so you
8 construction they talked about, that always confused me. This figure 8 construction. But maybe that's what.
No, the watertight hangar was just one cylinder.
Okay.
On top of the two parallel hulls.
And when you're done, you can come down for me. Give me some slack.
Yeah,
Get a close-up of the anti-aircraft guns here.
Just taking a minute to get around. Should it read 0.5? Or should I go around again?
Yeah, that's fine for now.
Yeah,
You're gonna, that's fine for now. Yeah, thank you.
Look at that! Look at that!
Downlight's coming on.
Incredible. I think we're gonna end there. With the
Look at the wide
big
angle
gun.
view up there. That's neat.
That honestly is really impressive. I'm glad they got extended time and were able to look for the other half. So I need to stop here. This has been Yeah, the quality is really impressive. While live, Nautilus's biggest weakness, I think, was the live video wasn't the best quality. But this is Nautilus live dive recordings. They have all of their VODs from, I'm not sure if it's all, and they are edited, but they have quite a few videos. I would like to watch some with everyone tomorrow. I will try to pick out another exciting video. I don't think we're gonna top the 401. That was just incredible. But I'll see if we can find any more wrecks, or what's the shark? What's up with the shark?
Scooted under the ship before I could get a really good look at it.
Oh, look at the fish on there. The fish are cleaning it off. I love it.
Oh my gosh.
You're just cleaning them off. Just doing them a favor.
He's got a posse.
I love
See, what is that? What's all that about? Oh, there's a squid. Alright, so that... Anyway, yes, so this is their VOD channel. Lots of stuff to check out. Do strongly recommend coming and taking a look for yourself. They're just kind of a relaxing thing to have in the background, honestly. So I am going to raid on Twitch. Unfortunately on YouTube and Kick, it will just look like the stream has ended. Please go support other creators you enjoy. Or just have a good evening, whatever the case may be. Let me close that down as we wrap up. Over on Twitch, we're going to raid into a streamer called Will Sleeps Not. My designated VTuber rival who is currently playing Ghost of Tsushima. So let me get that raid message going and we will get ready to roll out. Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye for now, everyone. My schedule's available on Twitter. I'll post it in my Discord and I will upload it to YouTube. My hours are weird. But I hope people will be able to come say hello when they can. I'm trying to pick what emotes to use on Twitch for the raid. What are the global fish? Yeah, there we go. The stressed fish emote. That fish. Perfect. There we go. Alright. And once again, everyone, thank you so much. Please have a good evening. Bye-bye for now.